90 seconds for this NASA engineered AC.
What's up, guys? Oh, what's up, guys? How's it going? Hope everyone's doing great today. Just starting off the stream, getting the project loaded, but before all that happens, let's hop into the Bible verse. And if you guys don't know, what I like to do is I like to take the daily Bible verse and I actually like to read the whole entire page, or I guess I can say chapter, but I like to read the entire page of that Bible verse. It's what I've been doing recently here on stream and even outside of stream. So let's kind of hop right into the goodness. So let's start off with a prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you so much for allowing me to have this opportunity to read the scripture and here on stream in front of other people, Lord. And I pray that as I read this scripture, that those who need to hear what they need to hear get what they need from it, Lord. I pray that you can lead us to the values, to the knowledge that you want us to gain by reading this scripture, Heavenly Father. I pray these things in the mighty name and blood of your Son, Christ of Nazareth. And I pray that it's a good stream. I pray that I'm able to lead people to your Son, Christ of Nazareth, those who are lost, Lord. I pray that I'm able to lead those or them to him who may be able to find them, Lord. In the name and blood of your Son, Christ of Nazareth, the mighty name and blood of your Son, Christ of Nazareth. Amen. All right, the glory of Zion. Arise, shine, for your light has come. Whew. And the glory of the Lord rises upon you. See, darkness covers the earth, and thick darkness is over the peoples. But the Lord rises upon you, and his glory appears over you. Nations will come to your light, and kings to the brightness of your dawn. Lift up your eyes and look about you. All assemble and come to you. Your sons come from afar, and your daughters are carried on the hip. Then you will look and be radiant. Your heart will throb and swell with joy. The wealth on the seas will be brought to you. To you the riches of the nations will come. Herds of camel will cover your land, young camels of Midian and Ephah, and all from Sheba will come, bearing gold and incense, and proclaiming the praise of the Lord. All Kedar's flocks will be gathered to you. The rams of Nebaioth will serve you. They will be accepted as offerings on my altar, and I will adorn my glorious temple. Who are these that fly along like clouds, like doves to their nests? Surely the islands look to me. In the leads are the ships of Tarshish, bringing your children from afar with their silver and gold to the honor of the Lord your God, the Holy One of Israel, for he has endowed you with splendor. Praise you, Heavenly Father, for now this splendor is much more deeper than that of the physical, but of the spiritual. Foreigners will rebuild your walls, and their kings will serve you. Though in anger I struck you, in favor I will show you compassion. Your gates will always stand open. They will never be shut, day or night, so that people may bring you wealth of the nations. Their kings led in triumphal procession. For the nation or kingdom that will not serve you will perish. It will be utterly ruined. Whoa. The glory of Lebanon will come to you, the juniper, the fir, and the cypress together to adorn my sanctuary, and I will glorify the place for my feet. The children of your oppressors will come bowing before you. All who despise you will bow down at your feet and will call you the city of the Lord, Zion of the Holy One of Israel. Although you have been forsaken and hated, with no one traveling through, I will make you the everlasting pride and the joy of all generations. You will drink the milk of nations and be nursed at royal breasts. Then you will know that I am the Lord, am your Savior, your Redeemer, the mighty one of Jacob. Instead of bronze, I will bring you gold and silver in place of iron. Instead of wood, I will bring you bronze and iron in place of stones. I will make peace your governor and well-being your ruler. No longer will violence be heard in your land, nor ruin or destruction within your borders. But you will call your walls salvation, and your gates praise. The sun will no more be your light by day, nor will the brightness of the moon shine on you. For the Lord will be your everlasting light, and your God will be your joy, or your glory. Your sun will never set again, and your moon will wane no more. The Lord will be your everlasting light, and your days of sorrow will end. Then all your people will be righteous, and they will possess the land forever. They are the shoot I have planted, the work of my hands, for the display of my splendor. The least of you will become 1,000, the smallest a mighty nation. I am the Lord. In its time I will do this swiftly. This reminds me of Revelations, right? When New Jerusalem comes, and essentially God is the light. We even kind of read that here too. The sun will no more be your light by day, nor will the brightness of the moon shine on you, for the Lord will be your everlasting light, and your God will be your glory. Your sun will never set again, and your moon will wane no more. The Lord will be your everlasting light, and your days of sorrow will end. I kind of wanted to look that up. God being the light. Spelled Revelations with that. And the city had no need of the sun, neither of the moon to shine in it, for the glory of God gave it light, and the Lamb is a light thereof. Kind of reminds me of this, ladies and gentlemen. Kind of reminds me of that. Kind of reminds me of that there boy right there. That boy there right there. That boy there right there, right there. Little boy, come on. Whoa. Hold up, guys. I'm getting a call from my wife. Give me a second. All right, I'm back. Sorry, just had to talk to my wife, see if it was something important. You never know. You never know. By the way, guys, if you didn't know, we're currently trying to get a big W on Twitch by hitting affiliate. So if you haven't already and you feel kind, please head over to Twitch and view us there so we can finally where creator dashboard. Wait, that is creator dashboard, stream manager. So we can finally hit maybe they gave it to us. Nope. We still need to hit 3 average viewers on 4 different days, guys. That's all we need is trace 3. So, with that being said, guys, feeling generous, please hook a brother up. Anyways, we're gonna have to do some reading today. Before I build the verticality out of the cloud, I want to try to put a... And for those who don't know, yesterday we incorporated Voxel plugin as the basis for building out the cloud in the game, and it looks pretty good. So today we're going to try putting a material on it to see how it looks. Because the real question is, can we get it to look like a cloud? Can we get it to look like a cloud, ladies and gentlemen? Find out here today on the new episode of Nazareth Studios. But I am going to have to there is the documentation. All right, installed knowledge, working with stamps, working with graphs, Right here. Materials can be assigned to the voxel world directly. Instead, surface types are assigned to individual stamps. A surface type is an asset which points to a standard Unreal material asset. It tells Voxel plugin that materials can be used on the terrain. Are used to achieve auto material style behavior, where different surface types are automatically applied depending on rules defined in a graph. For example, to apply cliff material on the steep slopes or a snowy material above a certain height. I was going to say, is that all I get for materials? That wouldn't have been fine. I would have been, thank you for telling me that. When surface types are assigned to the voxel world, oh, I should tell people we're streaming. We are streaming, ladies and gentle people. You're a doggy dog. I might want to spell your right. Am I right, chat? Am I right? Have UV mesh UVs. Textures should be sampled using world coordinates instead. I will still have to do something with the world UVs. Can we make it look like a clown? Materials. Matt. Bow, bow. Ba-na-na-na-now. Really? Wow. Custom output materials. Can they just get into how do I make a material? That is cool. Maybe we need to look somewhere here on YouTube. All right, we'll just voxel plugin materials. Mr. Goosey is the guy who makes the plugin, I believe, so we might want to take a gander at this.
Booking.com, booking.yeah.
What is Spectrum Internet? It's invincible Wi-Fi that stays
Awesome.
on when
Hey there, and welcome to this video on getting started with Voxel Plugin 2.
Wait, is Mr. Goosey the guy?
That is very quick and dirty. I'm not really
Materials.
or following any preset pattern. I just want to make something so that we have a bunch of information about working with the current version of Voxel Plugin out in the world for people to reference, because there's very little right now, and
Yeah.
I'll help on that a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah,
This is
thank
still very
you.
subject to change. This video is going to be about what will be preview release 7, so 2.0 P7, which is intended to come out at the end of the week. With that, number releases are the stable ones, and enabling the dev versions can
All right, let's
be
add a
more
material.
practical, so you have to specifically make a voxel material asset pointing to a regular material to assign it here, which is going to pick one of these ones, and then on the
So essentially I need to just make a material, is what I'm hearing. Where does he do this at? Boop-a-doop. Boop-a-doop-a-doop.
Now, you'll note that these give us voxel material assets.
Oh, it's all fine and dandy, good sir, but I need to figure out metadata. Bake metadata. Preview material. Surface cloud. So we get a graph from what it looks like, but when we go into this graph, it doesn't really give us a whole lot. We get this. Blend surface types. And then we get the surface types. Surface type asset. Materials. Curves. Surface type asset. Yes. Okay. And then we can put a material on it. Cloud. Now this is not gonna look amazing because I actually need to do some things. Look, right now it's just this, but I want to test if this will go on, and then we can post-process. That's pretty cool. They allow us to do like a post-process. Then they have a non-nanite material. I mean, it has this wonky material on it now. It was a very nice material before I destroyed it. doesn't have the material. It's kind of lame. Matte voxel. We did a surface type asset. Yo, looks great. Ship it, Simon. Simon. One of my favorite brothers in Christ. Hey, dude, check it out. So right now I'm using voxel plugin in a grid to create this cloud, this puffy cloud. And we can build this cloud out, get its neighbors, right, depending if there's something in the grid. It's pretty cool. But right now I'm trying to figure out how to add a material to it so we can start getting maybe a cloudier effect. I'm trying to see if this is even feasible. We tried auto tiling, which works to a degree, but there's too many case scenarios that we would have to cover with auto tiling, so I've kind of stepped away from that, and we'll probably use it for like building walls and stuff later, like structural buildings, like a wooden wall or something. I don't know. Looks great. Ship it. You're right. Here, I'm gonna go on Steam right now. I'm gonna start the process. I just want to build the cloud out. Oh, I can build multiple of these in the same place, which is interesting because it should only, that's something wrong with the logic. It should only place something if it's not occupied. Never too early to start getting those wish lists. Yeah, you're not wrong, actually. I want to get, oh, where was that? Now it works. But it does not look like a cloud. I mean, it looks better. Yeah, you're not wrong, but I don't know. I feel like I should get it to a point. Yeah, actually, you're probably right. I need to get some, have Owl. I don't know if you remember Owl, but he's currently on the team, and he's doing a lot of the art, like the concept art for it. So I might need to get him to make some social stuff. Yeah, but you're not wrong, dude. It's never too early to start getting some wish lists. You're not wrong there. But don't mess with me, man. You know me, I'm a gullible guy. I'm a gullible guy. And I value your opinion a lot. So how's the day treating you, man? I mean, I wish it was softer. But it's like I can only do so much with the cloud. I can only do so much, man. Save selected. I can only do so much. Like if we go to the voxel world. Not bad, just dropped in to say hi. Can't stay long. Game's looking good. Thanks, man. We have a lot of other stuff built in already, like farming, interactions. I need to work on NPCs, but I really need to figure out the cloud building before I can jump into anything else. And we're actually we have some characters on the way, so hopefully we can replace this old static character with a animated character. I wish I could get rid of these jagged edges. And it's kind of hard to see right now with all the stuff. Let's actually go to this puffy cloud here. Cluffy cloud. There's a lot of stuff we deleted. Personally, I wouldn't worry about materials. Something looking good is secondary to something playing good. You got some cool interaction logic. That's the most important thing. Yeah, the only issue here, though, that you'll see is I need to add, like, some rotation. Like, rotation, pressing Q and E to rotate around the map, because, I mean, it builds out cleanly, but I guess you're right. You'll also see that these, they get darker and darker, and it's because every time I post something, it does this. So we'll see what we can do. I need to iron out the mechanics. I need to make them a little bit smoother. Primarily being, I want some more animated feel to it. I want it to feel really good when you put down a piece of cloud. I've even contemplated, like, mechanics to building out the cloud, like you get stuff from placing them. But that is true. Here, I'm gonna try something. I haven't tested withering yet on this. Let me try testing the withering, because there is a withering aspect. Like, if you don't maintain your cloud, it'll start to wither away. So as you see at the bottom right, that's the hydration of the cloud. That's just a placeholder name for now. But we'll see if it actually takes something. And it doesn't. So I have to get that working again too. Hey, what's up, Quincy? How's it going, man? How is it going? You know me. I'd focus on the logic wiring. If you can make it feel really good without animation, it'll only feel better with animation, and you'll know that timing, spacing. Rotation sounds like a good first candidate, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, that is true. Before you take one step, make sure the first step is really solid. I just need to work on the horizontal building aspect. But you are not wrong. And I'm actually really happy that you're mentioning that too, because you know me, I'll get lost in a wave of thoughts if I don't have someone to refocus me. I do need to get the horizontal part fixed. But yeah, rotation is something that's definitely going to be needed, I think, at some point. Or at least some way to... Yeah, I need to get this view working good, because it's going to be the same issue no matter what rotation I make. I need to actually figure out what's going on. Haha, you know my job is to tell people to stop having fun and start making stuff. Yes. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. And you're not wrong, so make sure to tune in more, bro, because I need that. I need someone to come in and say, Raleigh, focus. Goose Fraba. I don't know if you've seen Anger Management, but it's a good movie with Adam Sandler. I need to go into the game instance and figure out why we're not pulling, which this Raleigh is questioning past Raleigh's decisions to put this in the game instance. I don't know why it was important for the game instance to handle this. Because I guess this is more so about collecting information. It's an artist thing. It's why you need a second mind to bring you back from the drift. Yeah, you're right. The curse of being a semi-artist. The curse of the vision. Don't get lost in the vision. Make the shapes first, then dig in the detail. We get the filled tiles. We get the tile neighbors. Hey, Rhea, how's it going, sister? How you doing this morning? Remove tiles. So we go through, we unfill the tile, build AT cloud, unwither material. So one, we don't have the material being placed on this anymore. So that's going to be an issue. But we do unfill the tile. And it looks like we're not sending it back. I'm finding some boo-boos. Unfilled tile. We remove the object from the octree. We unregister from grid. Which, by the way, Simon, I'm super proud of myself. I made an interface for all of this. And it actually works really well. I don't know why I have not used them as much as I have up to this point. Hold up, guys, someone's knocking. Gotta jump and make some lunch and get some work done. Best of luck. I'll see about jumping in later or another stream. Enjoy your functionality. Hey, man, I hope I have some more functionality to show you later, man. You have a good one and enjoy your lunch. God bless. Oh, fancy interfaces are awesome. They are awesome, man. I did not realize the power of interfaces. Seriously. Like the fact that I can just put them on anything, override a function, and then essentially it gets called on that actor as well. So it's a nice way to move around in code and via BP as well. So it's some nice functionality I never really took into consideration. And it's better that, because then you can check if it actually implements the interface, whether opposed to like, oh, is it this? If it's not this and this. So it just checks if it's the interface, and it does the thing. But you know me, I'm not one for fancy terminology, but I need to get better at it because it's good for communication purposes. But yeah, it is. They are nice. But right now, I'm trying to figure out why these aren't disappearing. We do execute on unregister, and it's weird because normally I can just do this and then figure out where that's at. But I suppose it's because we have it here. When we unregister, what do? We just set the value to 0. We do that, and then we check the neighbors and we just update the neighbors, which we really don't need to do anymore. In fill tile, we'll update, or we'll do an on tile placed, which runs this logic. It'll check the neighbors and then update the shape. In unfill, we really don't need to do that anymore. So I will have to try to migrate that function to another function to keep things separated and not have to worry about running code that doesn't need to run. So we'll have to move to, or I guess migrate to another function. It's one issue I have to figure out how to make the player interface I want, as each layer has to interact with each other. The reflective glass effect is what trips things. Yeah, I mean, I don't know your system, so I wouldn't be able to tell you my best judgment on which class needs to have an interface and which one doesn't. You could always run it through Claude or something like that to get a better idea of what you may need.
I'm dumb.
So, intergrid. This is so interesting because we are removing the tiles and we unfill the tile. But there's nothing in here because we need to send this stuff back into the pool. And I bet you it's because on unfill tile, when we unregister, I bet you for that specific building, that's where I'm removing it and returning it to the pool. But in this case, in this particular case, can I pull it up tonight in Discord? Yeah, you can. We can do that if I have some time. Just message me prior. I'll let you know if I have time, but I can definitely try to help you if needed. Buildings, come on. Why am I having such a rough start today? I haven't finished this drink. That's got to be it, right? Interactions. It's not buildings. I have 2 buildings here. BP buildings, held item buildings. I need to do some better organization or practice it. Practice better organization. So we can override on unregistered from grid and print this. And we'll be able to see if that's what's happening. Yeah. Yeah. So what we just do here, guys, is we just have the actor handle it, which I like a lot more because there's nothing like segmenting functions to specific areas. Having everything in one area can make things a little sloppy, but sometimes it can also make it feel like spaghetti because you got to go around everywhere to fill in the blanks. But let us turn some music on. That's been really enjoying like synth and vaporwave. Oh, hey. But yeah, we just return the object to pool and go from there. And it breaks. It looks like it's having an issue with the reference to an actor here. We're trying to get the class. And then we have a... We're gonna have to do a full restart. No! Bam, 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 bam. So how are you doing today, Quincy? Okay. Which is what I suspected. Put it in it. Tweaking things before I have to head out and try to finish my dad moving out of his apartment. Ugh. Tell me the apartment's on the first floor. I've had some apartment moves in my day. And it is never fun when it's on like the third, fourth floor. Especially those couches, man. Like, so we do remove the tiles here. We unfill it. We It's interesting because and there's a reason why I'm not incorporating the code in here is because I want to keep the plugins separate. Lucky, it's on the first floor. Oh, that's very lucky. That's very lucky, my friend. It's just, this is interesting to me because there's a couple things we're going to have to move here because this is not always going to be a building that uses auto tile. So we'll have to break this up. But maybe it's because we remove the object from the tile actor. And we're just updating the tile shapes after that, which we really don't need to do, which could be why we're having an issue. But in that specific stack, the issue was that it had to deal with the pulling system, and what it looked like it was returning a stale reference. So essentially it's not there, which is interesting. So I'm actually going to bring this back down again, just so I can see what the actor information is, because this should be filling the actor with these little voxel clouds. Worst apartment, single old lady with 20 plus cats, pull up the floor and had a crystal floor. That sounds horrible. That sounds absolutely horrible. I've had some horror stories like that too, but not like crystal floor. Would you start collecting them and turning them into gems? Oh. Put them on keychains. Okay, we gotta go to cloud. Hey, Pokemon, how's it going? Thank you for joining the stream. How you doing? Let's see what happens, guys. Let's see what... Boom. Alright, let's open this up. So we do have an owning grid, which is funny because that owning grid should now be irrelevant. So we just have a stamp component. You know what also could be an issue, and we'll test this right now, is that the reference that it passes out in that interface call is just choppy. We might be able to do something right here and not have an issue, but we'll find out. I'm doing fine. How about you? I cannot complain. I'm blessed more than I should be, right? So, I'm doing great. Doing great. Excited to get a little bit further in the project. So that's another thing. And there we go. So it works fine here. That's so interesting. Why does that happen? So what's going on, guys, is our interface is returning a tile actor. We return the actor here. Even this actor equals a tile actor. So the tile actor we're returning is the same one being referenced here. When we execute it here on the voxel cloud, oh, you know what it is, guys? Is we don't have a virtual void. I don't think this actually matters on unregistered. So, if you're interested in joining the community, oh my gosh, Dream Elements always catches me off guard. So that's cool. That's great. What type of games are you working on? Or game are you working on? Right now we're working on a farming game where you... It's about farming in the clouds. That's currently what we're working on, is the cloud building aspect. So the player gets a cloud that they manage, and they can collect resources in the air. And the resources they collect, they can then craft into buildings and other things for their cloud, as well as growing their cloud. So right now we're just focusing on, well, one, I'm performing a little R&D to see which method looks the best. We've tried auto tiling, and now we're trying ray marching, so voxels. And I mean, it looks like it works pretty good. I'm kind of enjoying the voxel aspect. It looks a lot more cloudier, with some exceptions here and there, but I think that's far and few the point. But yeah, it's just a farming game in the clouds. We have two perspectives. Let me see if I can throw one out really quick. Hey, sweetheart, what are you doing? Huh? Were those your stomping boots? She's in here stomping around. Like, what are you doing? What? Why are you sad? Well, then you should learn to solve the Rubik's Cube. So you're stomping. Okay. My daughter's feelings were hurt, so now she's clogging around. She's got these new shoes. Why don't you go on YouTube and look how to solve the Rubik's Cube? Because sadly your dad does not know how to solve it. Let's see. That kind of lost me off track. That pushed me off track. Maybe if I play, I'll figure out what I was contemplating again. Yeah, Rubik's Cube is difficult. It is. I think you have to spin in a certain direction, but also now we have Withering working, which is cool. Oh yeah, that's what I was doing. Unregister. Not all components. What is it called in the interface again? But yeah, right now, Pokemon, we're currently just working on building out the clouds. And see, look at this. On unregistered from grid. So the unregistered from grid. This is the actual interface. And I'm kind of confused right now. Because if I remember correctly, so that makes a whole lot of sense. But I like the functionality of having the actor handling it itself. So I'm going to be rewriting this to pass a actor. Yeah, you know what? What am I doing? What am I doing? When it's unregistered from the grid, it is the actor. So all I need to do is reference the actor, and that's why this didn't work, because I didn't pass in a reference to itself, because I'm clearly tired. And this also means that in my return object pool, I'm not doing the intelligent thing, which is to check if the actor exists. So if the actor does not exist, we're going to write a log. The actor what is it? There's parameters, and then there's looking fun. How do you like working in Unreal? I started to get into game dev earlier this year and decided to learn Unity, so I don't have any clue about Unreal. I really enjoy Unreal Engine. Although I have worked in Unity. So my disposition towards Unreal Engine is I prefer it over Unity because of the systems in Unreal Engine. For instance, just to call out a quick one, is Niagara. It's a very nice VFX system that gives you a lot of power and control on how you're bringing in VFX and etc. And that's just like one of the many things I prefer, as well as AI. There's a lot more functionality that's built into the AI in Unreal Engine. Unity is nice though. I worked on Unity for a couple of games. In fact, one of the games that shoot, it's down now because my partner and me stopped working on it, but we created a city destruction game that had like 10K downloads and over like a, what was it, at the end of its years, 3.2 rating. But it was a pretty successful game, and we made that in Unity. So I'm no stranger to Unity. I like Unity. It's a great engine. I think it's better for 2D games. And I think Unreal Engine is better for 3D games. Hey, sweetheart. Can you stop stomping around, please? Why don't you just go learn to solve the Rubik's Cube? Why don't you prove Brooklyn wrong? You just solved the Rubik's Cube. We'll go look on YouTube or something to figure out the secret sauce. That's what I would do now. So there's parameters, and then there's actual names for when you pass a parameter or something in. I'm just going to put the actor with null for now. It starts with an A though. And that's going to be another update to my system. But yeah, now that we have that finished, we can go back to the game instance and get rid of this. And when we add a withering effect to the cloud, that's the other thing too, is how am I going to display this cloud? Can we place dynamic mesh materials on the voxel? But yeah, that should be the reason why. I'm going to double check that just to make sure. And it works. All right, guys, we're back. Sorry about that. I just want to look at it again, guys. I will say the YouTube music and the music of the game is disorientating me a whole lot. Just to test this quicker, I'm going to turn this. Oh, and check that out. So this is another issue we have. So we'll have to iron all this out too. That, or we just have to make the slope a little bit different. Pokemon, by the way, the Discord on YouTube is in the description. The bot is iffy right now. I haven't gotten around to fixing it. Here, let me go ahead and post. Oh, and if you're interested in jams, we're actually running a jam right now too. That's the Discord link if you're interested in joining. Oh, and if I know I mentioned this already, but if you're interested in having a fun reason to develop a game, we are currently running a jam right now. So it's a Christian theme jam, non-exclusive to Christians, right? But if you're interested, you can join, make a game, have fun, make some friends. We're slowly building it out. It's just I just started this like a month ago. It's a doggy dog dog. Anyways, I gotta get off. We'll have to focus on that later. Let's shift this back to 10 and just focus on the functionality of this all. We need one for these. Shoot. Let's go to ClickUp. I need to make some tasks because I keep forgetting about the stuff that I need to do, and normally I'm pretty good at figuring out what that is, but because I got so much going on right now with school, I'm gonna start making myself some tasks, brother. In progress. To do. And that's already finished. Canceled. Oh yeah, we should have a canceled section. I like that. Okay, cool. Let's add a task. We have a building placement preview. And then on top of that, we have I mean, realistically, that's all it is. So let's focus on the easiest one, which is going to be... By the way, guys, we're also trying to hit affiliate on Twitch. So if you are on YouTube and you're feeling generous today and you don't mind going over to Twitch and watching us over there, all the views help. All the views and support help, guys. We're trying to hit 3 average viewers on 4 different occasions. So, okay, let's actually go back to the placement, and this is going to be in the held cloud, because right now what we're doing is on the start of this, we're building out that preview. And the primary issue is that when we place down something, we're not... You tired today? I am pretty tired. I don't know why. I'm just having a difficult time thinking. So you'll see as we place, they get darker, and that's because other actors are being placed here. But when we go away, see? So one thing that we need to do, it looks like, is when we place it down, the event end logic here, we go and we get rid of the hovered actor, but we don't iterate. Why are we filling the... Oh yeah, we fill it with the new tile. But what I would like before we do this is to return this to that, and then we need to go ahead preview actors here, which we should be clearing. See everyone later. Van's here. Yes, sir. You have an excellent day. Okay, Quincy. I hope it goes by quick. And I hope there's no crystal floors. For the love of God, no crystal floors. So we're not going to call this every frame. We are going to call it on complete, though. But right now we're just going to get the preview actors here, and we're going to, for each, or sorry, we were already doing that. We need to do this. And bada boom, bada bing. That should be it. And let's see if that fixes it. And look at that. We no longer have that issue where the player is getting a multitude. And also, it's nice to know that we are no longer having that issue. But we are having somewhat of an issue here. If you notice, we can't build out in certain areas. And let's see if that's something that occurs because of this. Let me step back in time a little bit here and just do that. Yeah, so something's going on with sending these back. We do need to send them back, but so we call this once. Let's see if this gets called again when we place it. It does. Which should have been a no-brainer. But the issue here is that some of these areas aren't returning a place to place the stuff. It is right now, but if I go like that, you'll see that this no longer has that. Which begs the question, is it truly filling there's some missing areas. See? And I don't know why that's happening. And if we only do surfaces here, it'll just give us surface. I won't be able to build the sides out. Which is good when we're placing buildings and not the cloud, because we can't build out the cloud. So it's a nice way to segregate that. And these update, but it's not updating everything 100%. Sorry, the music, it's kind of a curse to have that in here. I need to see, so we have our cloud stamps, but So we have all these different ones here. I'm trying to see if it even places them in the area they're supposed to go. I'm trying to see if it exists, essentially. Bow, 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 bow. So, yeah, I mean, it's not even placing these down, which indicate to me it's not getting the neighbors. I don't know why it wouldn't pass that, and it's going to be annoying to go through each one and figure out why. I mean, it works once, so right. And then that just deletes. It's like, what is it that makes it delete? Does it feel like it has a neighbor there now? There's no way. It's not filled. It's like this one moved over. And then it never gets filled again. And running out of your clouds fixes that. So it can't be... Check that out. It's like it switches back and forth. Let's run out of our cubes. I don't know why that could be happening. And I feel like that's going to be very hard to fix because we're going to have to iterate through literally everything to be like, okay, that's not it. That's not it. What is it with our logic that could be? Is it the octree? We add or update this, then we set through that, then we do this, but the other issue I foresee is that we're not removing it from the octree. And logic. Yeah, so this gets thrown down anyways. Whoa, 100 members on your Discord? What? Ew. Oh, boy. Oh, you're right, dude. Thank you so much. Ah, bro, I love the Luffy reference. Goofy Luffy. Thank you so much, Pokemon, for joining the community. God bless you. You just hit 100, bro. Yeah, our community has 100 people in it. It's honestly great because, you know, it's not so much for me, it's for you guys, right? Like, I want it to be a community where like-minded individuals, Christians, can come together and network and learn about game development and etc. So I'm happy that it's growing, and I just pray that we're able to cultivate something that benefits everybody. You know, I don't want it to be about me, but I am excited. We have one more friend. We have one more friend. We should have like a celebration of some sorts. I'm gonna cook up something, guys. 100 people on Discord. Maybe we do like a giveaway or something. So we do actually on the event put away. On event put away, this is what we do, and we also remove it from here, but we don't handle it when we we're not handling this when we I'm trying to think of like how to go about doing this, because it's like, why write this twice when I have it here? That's just redundant, and we don't want something to be redundant. So like on event put away, we can have like a custom event here called I don't know, dissolve preview actors. But I guess what we could do on the start is, instead of just clearing the valid neighbors and checking every time, I mean, it's a fast check. Appreciate that. It's a great place to get to connect to people with the same interests. Exactly. And I think that's important. I think that's very important. It's kind of like with school, you know, you learn more from people who have shared interests, because it's just a influx of information that's being passed around between everyone. So it's just good for everyone. It's good for everybody. I don't know if I need to get rid of these every time I place it. I think when we put it away, yeah, we should do that. But at the same time, when we go to get valid neighbors, we should check for neighbors that we don't have, and then clear the valid neighbors here when we put away. Because we'll have to. It's a part of the object pool. So yeah, that's what we're going to have to do. We're going to cut this here. We're going to update this a little bit. I think it's more performant this way, to instead of just deleting and grabbing over and over again, we just check if it's already a part of the list, and if it's not, then we add it. And then from there we can iterate through a list, see if we've created something, or see, that's the issue there. We have these. We have these int vector, but we don't fill it with that, right? Like, this is just a key to the grid position. So we don't say, like, I guess essentially if it's there, if it's a key, you know, we'd have to make a special struct for this. We'd have to make a special struct where the valid neighbors, we would have a valid neighbor, and then that as well. So we're going to actually make that. I'm going to make that my developer. Data assets, not data assets. We're going to make a struct. We're going to make a structure. Preview. B preview. I don't know. We're going to need a f int vector. Come on. Int vector. int t, int vector. Yeah, and if you get, I don't know if you heard me, Pokemon, but if you look, we actually are running a jam. So if you're interested in being a part of the jam and developing your skills, you can always be a part of it. So, yeah, if you're interested in the themes, are also on the jam announcement page. We might congest those things together. So, anyways, let me get back to this. I just feel off. I feel off today, guys, but I guess it's important to be here even when you're not feeling up to snuff. We don't need to save this. This is not a grid position, and then build. This can be a bool. And essentially, this is just going to be a helper struct for us. And what we're going to do is we're going to make a switch here in valid neighbors, and we're going to make a b preview struct, change variable type, and where do I add these? I add these here. I add them here. And we're going to have an issue add. And it's just because we have to add a new add. And this is going to give us an issue because if we split this struct, you'll see that we can only put in this. So now we have this grid position. We're also going to get some other issues here because we're breaking this, but what we need to do is break this because at this point, oh yeah, we need to do this again. For each, run a for each. I'll get to that message in just a second. I just need to focus really quick before my brain collapses. I'm not in multitasking mode today. That looks interesting. I'll have a look at it later. Yes, please do so. It is interesting. I mean, it's for the people there. I think I'm going to start making videos of just playing through them and reviewing them here on the channel, just so people can refer to those reviews later. I feel like having a text is one thing, but being able to fill out that text in someone's head with like commentary, vocal commentary, I feel like I can be a little bit more in depth. Essentially a lot more will be, I'll be able to be more thorough. So we fill that, and then when we come in, what we want to do is, since we're in this array element here, and we might have to turn this into a function just so I can localize this. I don't want to have like these loose variables sitting around. So with that being said, yeah, with that being said, we'll do this. And we're just going to throw this in a function. Set up, build, preview, setup. Boom, 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 boom. I also want to start doing giveaways for the jam as well. My wife's thinking of making some bracelets for people with like with Bible verses on it to give away, not to sell. So we might have those as giveaway prizes here at the channel. Which is very nice of her. She said, God told me this. And I was like, well, if he told you it, do it. Which is a blessing because it kind of shows me that maybe God does want this to go somewhere. But it's also a lot of pressure because it's like, you know, when you're doing something like that, you want to make sure that you're You want to make sure that you're doing things as God commands, because if you don't, it's one thing to set an earthly, like someone. It's like the Bible verse, you know, don't fear the man who can kill the physical body, I think it is, but the one that can destroy the physical and spiritual. So it's like one thing to upset someone here on earth, but to upset God, it's like, I don't know, I don't want to do that. So yeah, now that we're in this position, we're gonna create this boom 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 preview actor da da da. I'm actually going to promote to a local variable here and say current current grid position or current grid tile. And essentially we're going to set this here, but later on, and it's already this right here, so realistically I could just split this struct and then pass this in. And then later when we actually build it, we're still going to need reference to the preview actors here, but when we build it, we can take this current grid and shoot. It doesn't really matter because we'll essentially have to set this here. So realistically, we would have something here, and then we would have a valid neighbor with its final stuff. No. I'm overthinking this right now, I think. Because we build this out, blah, blah, blah. It's just having to add this in again. Right? And we don't have its array index. I mean, I guess we do right here, so. This is kind of weird. This feels weird to me. I don't know if... Whenever something feels weird, it makes me feel like I'm not doing this the best way that I possibly can. Which I'm not happy about. So... I mean, if we get a copy or we get a reference, if we set array element, I guess that's the one right there. I guess I was thinking about T-maps. We're thinking about T-maps. But honestly, with that being said, we don't really need this right here. So let's go ahead and break. Do a little bit of that. Plug this back in. And essentially, we would just use this to access that index again. And then on here, we can fill in the grid position, which I guess we'll also have to reroute and throw over here again. It's a lot of spaghetti. Lots of spaghetti. Item filled. And we just set it to filled. Because, I mean, it is. We just created something here. There's definitely a better way to handle this, though. I pray to the Heavenly Father that I figure that out later. Or right now. Whenever it's better. Whenever it's better. But yeah, now we add this to the preview actors. The only issue is, like, yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter about that. We can do this. Now we have our valid neighbors that know whether it's been filled or not. And now that this has been congested into a function, we can throw it back somewhere over here where we won't lose track of it. And just say start logic. And that makes it feel so empty. And when we're over here, and we decide like, hey, we want to get rid, instead of doing all of this, we're just going to do a little bit of this, a little bit of shifting. Instead of returning these, which is essentially what we do right here. So a part of me just feels like grabbing this, moving it down here, going like this, doing a little bit of that. And we would have to clear valid neighbors at some point, but I think that's when we put it away. That's when we should do that. But when we're actively placing these and we haven't put it away, yeah, if I'm correct, let's and actually let's put away or print string hello. Let's see if this even gets called. Yep, let's go ahead and clear. I have to do this again because that clear is based off of a different vector. Before we do this again, let's click play and see what happens. Whenever I place it, does it get put away? It doesn't. But we are getting hiccups because it is building more and more. It's placing more and more, which is not what we'd like to see. So when it comes to, because this gets run every time. So that's true. I gotta handle this here because that's only getting done when it's thrown away. We're not clearing these out. So we need to break this and check if it's filled. If it's not filled, then, you know, we need to fill it. If it isn't filled, or if it is filled, I mean, we just continue. And I think that should be good. Meh. Meh. Valid neighbors. Let's check this out. Because, I mean, we are filling it here. Valid neighbors. And the fact that that's still happening is telling me that this is not working. Ugh. All right. No. Sorry. Can I watch this preview? Watch this value? I can. But I don't think it's gonna work. These should all be filled. True, 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 true. Now we're placing it again. And that's going to get an update. True, true, true. And it's going to add it to the end. It's not going to add it to the beginning. Come on. Come on, you. You know what it is? We're not checking everything. So we're just adding it to the valid neighbors again. But what we really need to do is we need to check if Find item. Split struct. We need to... Because this is going to look for it specifically. I need to... Oh, really? I gotta for each one and say, hey, it is. I don't know if this is as... I don't know if this is as worth as I thought it would be. So now what we need to do is essentially iterate through each one, and I knew this wasn't going to be the best way to do it, but we're here. We're here. So we're going to do it this way anyways. We're going to break this, break the preview struct, and we're going to have to test if these positions equal each other. And really, it won't let me check this grid position. It's literally an X, Y, and Z. We can't see if they equal. It's like, no, you can't do that with int vectors. You can't do that with these. That's privileged stuff. Greater than. Can we do greater than? No. That is amazing. How do you compare int vectors then? How to compare int vectors UD5. That's... Do not have a built-in single greater than less than node. Break the vector into their individual XYZ. That is a pain. Wow, break. Wow. Equal. This is kind of funny. Equal. This is painful too. Equal. I feel so wounded doing this. And we got to say and as well. This and this. 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 So if all these are equal, we do nothing. But if it's not equal, we add it. But the only issue here is it does it for every single one. Right? So we're going to go through one. It's going to iterate and say, oh, are you in this list? I mean, even if we were like using find, if I was to use find, which makes me believe this would be better as a T map than it would be an array with a key, with the key being that. Yeah, that's probably the best method instead of having this B struct stinky. So let's just do that. F int vector. Int vector. We're going to go back to an int vector. Change. I don't care. At this point, I'm already defeated. We're going to make a map. Oh, you know what we could do is make it a set. We can make it a set because a set won't take in duplicates. But the issue with the set is that we don't know if it's filled. So it's probably better as a T map because we need to know if it's filled. And then in here we have our bool change variable. And the bool essentially says, is it filled? Is it not filled? Right. And this way, I don't have to do all this depression right here. I can just get this, and I can say, find it. And then we find it, and now this is fun right here. Did we find it? True if the item was found. Okay. So if the item was found, then we do nothing. If it wasn't found, we do something. And I'm just gonna... I wonder where Chasely is. It's probably gonna show up here anytime. And then I'm thinking we get rid of this. And if it's false, we do this. But if it's not, we're going to add. We're gonna add. But I believe the drawback here is what we're doing right here, because we can't set an array element or a T-map on here, I believe. We have to, we'll see. It's been a while since I've met. Set. Yeah, see? We can't set an array or a T-map element. We have to add. I think we add it, and then it essentially that key is, so what we do is we add it, it'll place that key, and then we, if I remember correctly, I could be wrong in saying that, so you know, and we want the keys here. Really? You're gonna make me do that? Bullhickey. And then boink. And then we do a for each here. Bullheek. We don't need to break this. But for the key, we do need to, and if we compile, that'll work. We do need to find. Did you find it? Is it this? So we're just gonna go right here and find it and see if it's filled. If it's not filled, well, then we're gonna fill it. Then we're going to drag this over a bit just so I can do this. We're going to fill it, but first we got to find the tile in here specifically, because this is referencing the buildings that are in the Grid Manager's tile system. This isn't the previews. Right now we're building out a T-map for the previews, so instead of rebuilding it every single time, we can just skip all that nonsense and jump straight to the grid positions we haven't done that for. Which, I don't know if this is faster. So, now, doing everything sequentially at the moment. It's all sequential. Now that we've done that, we check if this is true. If it's true, we continue. If it's not true, then we're going to go ahead and place this here. We're going to add and then also say this. I guess we should put that there. In tree. No, we're just going to say it's filled. And then we add it to the preview actors. I don't know if we add like the octree for the clouds. we'll have to rebuild that logic later. But yep, we run through, we set the owner reference, and then we turn the tracking on and go from there. Let's go ahead and fix all the other issues we have. Let's clear this tmap now at the end, compile, and let's see if I did the logic right. No, I didn't, because it's still building. It is still building. So let's go ahead and go into the build preview and jump through all these again so I can figure out where my logic is wrong. So everything in here should... No. See, it's false. We check to see if we find this. If we don't find it, get buildable neighbors. Hold up, guys. We need to go through this. We need to be a little bit more exact on this, because right now we check the grid position neighbors. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. We're going to get all the filled tiles. It doesn't matter here. This does not matter. This does not matter at all, I think. What matters is doing those checks right here in the valid neighbor. We ask, is it... We find it here first. And we ask if this is a part of the tmap already. Sorry, if it's false, then we add it. If it's, you know, true, then we don't add it. It's right here. Then we iterate through and do the things. All right, now that we've placed something, let's loop through this and see what happens. I should probably do a branch here. Let's remove that. Ugh. You know, I'm just gonna test it. We'll find out by looking. And it looks to be working, actually, but when we put away that logic, it doesn't throw away the other things. So let's fix the putting away logic that we have over here, because we did take that out. So where did I even check that out at? The hover vectors, we do this, remove, preview, build, mesh. Gosh, my brain is... Yeah, we need to, the hovered object, place down actor needs to disappear, and we also... So this part is okay. The part that needs to be fixed is right here. In the put away logic. We put it away, we're not completely dissolving everything. Did I have it like that? And then if... See, if the hovered actor is valid, then we want to set the... It's messaging me. at this time of day. Couldn't be. We clear the valid neighbors list. And we remove these. The placement preview mesh at least. But I think when the hovered actor is not valid, we do something here. Or did I have a sequence? Completely forgot what I did. No, I ran this. And then I ran that. I ran this, then I ran that. So honestly, we don't even need to dissolve those. We can run it. Come on, baby. We can run it how we did originally, I believe. Let's see. So, no longer having the issue of the... Oh. That has to do with something else. I'm not setting anything. No, you!
No! The logic is still bad somewhere.
Because it's still not working. And apparently when I put it away, it doesn't disappear either. What is going on here? What is going on? We dissolve the preview actors when we put it away. Event put away. Maybe I'm not calling that event. We put it away. But it's not putting away. What's going on? Nani? Nani? Hovered actor is valid. Is not valid. So even if it's not valid, we want to do both, I think. Because I came over here. That is funky, don't you think, guys? But I get it. We want to make sure it's object handling. No. No, of course you do this to me.
Stupid unreligion. How dare it do these things to me? How dare it?
Just gotta wait for this to turn on again. There is a Galaxy Z. Bubba. Oh, it wants to tell me about the new Galaxy phone that I'm not gonna get probably ever, because it's like, why do I need that? I just need something to call people. But I get it. Some people are like, oh, I want that phone. Not me though. I just have a different perspective. I mean, that makes sense that that doesn't work and that those work. But there's still some that are missing. And it could be because of... Oh. What was that? It's a message. Why did I just click through it? So we've fixed the issue of it spawning in the previews, but we're still having another issue where it's not, like, I guess that's true because we've gone too far out. And as we're building it, it's rerunning that logic. So there is no... It's like I need to rerun it or something. I don't know. Oh, object local handle not supported. Play. I wonder why that is. It's not building. Ugh. This is a big migraine. It was working perfectly with my auto tiling system. I wonder why it's acting up now. It's almost as if these actors aren't always being registered. With our inner grid unregistered, we have an on-register, but we don't have a unregister from the voxel cloud. That's probably it right there. We don't have an unregister. And we have to unregister it. Essentially, setting these things to be non-existent, and then f vector 0 vector. All right. Fin vector equals f vector 0 vector. That should work fine. What did I do for inner grid? Why does that work for me? F int vector, that's why. F int vector. Come on, Raleigh. 0 value. So I think that could potentially be it, because essentially what's going on is we're never, when we unfill it, we're calling unregistered, but we're not actually doing that on the actor itself, that could be it, but we're still unfilling it from the grid. So even though it's there, it should still be there. So even though it's there, it shouldn't be there, I guess is what I meant to say. But that could potentially be it. I don't know. See? I was gonna be like, I'm not running into it, but we just did. Yeah. Oh, that's why. And I think we need something different for each level to differentiate between the two. See, it's not always giving us what we want. When we refresh, though, it looks like it... Oh. Return object to pool. Having another issue here. It's returning a null actor. In what case scenario? In what case scenario? Oh, you know what it is I need to do that. That's my bad. My bad. But when we're having a return object to pool, we should have like... I should have a successful, like on success. So we can really like make sure that we're returning something. Like if it's like it's pivotal that we return it, it's essentially does that. It's interesting though that it's not working for this and it worked for the last one. There's something I'm doing differently that I'm not doing in this one. We get all type implementation on this. I probably need to incorporate this on the other one as well. What was it called? Get all type? Really? Really? Who's got a funky? Who's that? Get all. Oh, get AT. I'm just trying to, because I know we do this and we just return index none. Here, let's go ahead and compile that. Doesn't know what he's doing. It could just be like a perception, but even right here. I mean, it's there, but it's not setting its color correctly. And here is there, but it's not setting its color correctly. This isn't going to produce anything because it's too far out of the grid. So anything past this is out of the grid. And my cloud is dissolving quickly. It's kind of fun. But yeah, see, we're having some of the same issues. I can't really test these either because I think now it's not anything to do. I mean, in this case, it's definitely... Oh no, I pressed F9. We're gonna have to restart it. We don't want to apply the tile definition here, though. That's not necessary for this. It's more like setting the rotation and stuff for auto tiling. This is like for picking what it looks like. And if we want to add like different types of cloud looks later, that's something we can do, but we're probably going to have to store some different things here. Essentially to give a different preview for each item. Just because, like, if we play right now... Let's see. Yeah. I mean, we're building one for every single one besides these. Let's see what happens if we go like this. It's not really going to show us. This kind of just combines these stamps together. So what could be happening is, it's like I said, let's go ahead and try to refurbish, and it fixes it. So it's definitely something on the preview end that's not being addressed. So now that's fixed. And sometimes it doesn't fix. Let's see, like after we refreshed it, let's grab all these again. See. Hovered actor, and that's why. When there's not a hovered actor, we're doing hovered actor things. So, If it's valid, we want to do something. But if it's not valid, okay. So regardless, we're going to want to get rid of this. If it is valid, let's get rid of this. And if it that's the issue we're having there. I'm just kind of clicking things right. I have no idea how to fix this, but that's where brute force comes in. Just brute force your way out of it. I don't think that's going to be the case because this is for hovered actors. Although it could be because that was a hovered actor, so there could be an issue with that. And these aren't building out as we do it, so there's also some areas here too, so it's definitely not that. It'd be one thing if I could That's interesting. So it looks like these may be gone because of the withering. Let's try something really quick. I think it could be something to do with the withering and voxel. Maps, world, save selected. I think it could do with the withering, taking things out, and us not knowing about them. For instance, there's not a cloud there, and that's why, and it really is an unfilled tile. It's doing it again. Let's walk around this. Okay, so there is a tile here. It's just not getting it. So, what could it mean? The check isn't working. Get all neighbors. So on the voxel cloud. Voxel cloud. This isn't returning a complete list. We're doing 5 directions except down. And we add to the neighbor key. Bing, 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 bing. Valid neighbor actor. We add this key. We check the 5 directions. And it's funny because even in our voxel build preview, we get all filled tiles. And then we iterate through all the filled tiles. And we get the buildable neighbors. So maybe we iterate through this. No, you. We have 36. If we have, let's say we have 36, and it's kind of annoying because it doesn't give us a list here, but we know by looking at this, we have 36, or at least that's what it said. So I'm going to go ahead and do this again. It's 36. I know, simple math. This means we should be getting 72. And we get half of it. We don't even get 72. Granted, that's because not all of these are going to be giving us a tile, so we should be getting more. And if we grab all of these, I guess that makes sense. It works the first go, but as we build, this is going to be so hard to track and figure out because there's so many. This is an issue with the texture, so I guess I need to finish or figure out the freaking build texture, man, because that's also having an issue. Writing the texture to that. When we hover over it, and then we unhover from it, I guess that's in the build preview, right? Because when we hover over it, we set that cloud to a bunch of stuff. Ugh. If we don't have a valid placement preview actor, we create one. And we set the location of that actor to the actor that we are getting from the octree, I believe, right? Dynamic octree, yeah. Then we set the transparency and opacity to 0. But then, if the hovered actor is not there, or if it equals null, we set the hovered actor and we set these things. And then when it's false, we see if the hovered actor is equivalent to the current actor. this equals this. If the current hover actor equals this actor, then we should do nothing, because we check every frame. We're doing some fine polishment, tunement on this mechanic. I mean, those are there, but it's not setting, which I guess is on these actors. There should be a hovered on hovered. I must have tried that and it didn't work. But my issue with this is that right now we're setting, or I guess we're getting a tile location from grid. We're getting the mouse position world, and from there we're getting a tile location from world location. Then we get the tile location from the grid pose, which we're calling for that function, and we make it origin. So it's a little more snappier. We query the bounds to see what's in there. If we get something, true, false. If it's false, then we come down here and we check if the hovered actor is valid. If it is valid, then we place this here. If it's not valid, we should be doing both. And then we set the, if it is valid, because this is a case scenario where we don't have anything. I'm going to do this really quick and see what's going on. So even when that's the case, we should be resetting the transparency on the last hovered actor. We get the last hovered actor, and we should be if the current hovered actor is, yeah, it should be really doing both, shouldn't it? Because if it is valid, we do have a hovered actor. This is essentially saying, like, if it's not valid, if there isn't anything there, then before we do this, we should be doing this, true. But if it is valid and we have something, we should be setting that hovered actor to this and then setting it to nothing. So to me, this should be true for each case scenario. In fact, I don't know why we're doing this here. Yeah. Because in the case that it's not valid, we can't set the last hovered actor. But even then, we need to set the last hovered actor to something. But we don't have anything here. So if it's not valid, what do we do in this case scenario? Because we don't have a current hovered actor. So in that case, we need to do something, because that looks like it's also a part of the issue. This should also be set over here. We shouldn't be able to fly off and do nothing. But you see how if it works like this, we're Gucci, but if we come off, then we're not good. So trying to be a placement. We don't have a placement preview actor. We don't have one. Wait, is this already being handled when we're not in? Where are we handling this? I mean, it is already being handled. Somewhere. I guess it's right here. When it was valid, it's setting that. But if it's not valid, we need to... Let's see if this is valid. Is valid. So it is valid. So we need to set the transparency on this to, looks like 0. And then do that. Maybe? I don't know. There's that freak logic right here. There's the freak logic. I guess we should check if it's valid. Is it valid? Yes. Set the last hovered actor. Because I think there is a point in time when the first instance of this is true. Because if this is a case, we would just be setting it over and over again. This gets ran every frame. I'm going to put it to 1. Because nothing really resets it besides this. I don't get this part right here. Transparency. Like, to me, transparency would be... You know, I probably have to set the opacity back too. Yeah, see? So it's more so about the opacity. I think set the opacity back to 0.5. We set the last hovered opacity to 0.5 in this case scenario. And I'm going to see if making this expansion here better or bigger works for, I don't know, snappier input, because I want it to feel snappy, not so like meh. Am I setting that to 0, by the way, up here? No, I'm doing negative 125. Negative 150 might be better in this case scenario. Let's see if that's more in the area. Realistically, this should be the tile size. Because I think it's like 175 on the actual grid manager. Let's look. 200. So it should go down about 200. Which is also good to know, because we can actually grab that to fixate like the offset to which the player is at. Because right now, this is right here. So we might have to do some different checks in there. So if I'm over here and it's something else, then there's clearly going to be, you know, clearly going to be up a smidgen. But now that works. So let's go ahead and run around and see if we, which we do. We're still having this issue where we're not building a cloud. And there is something here. And originally this works originally. It's almost as if we don't have enough. I want to say it has to do with filling these clouds and almost and now it's like, oh yeah, I do have that. So it adds it over there, but it doesn't set it to what it needs to be set to. The fun of game dev. But then you'll see over here, we're now missing 1. And we need to figure out what that contingency is, because if we want to fix that, we're going to need it. So realistically, right now, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. So we have 42. And I'm going to go in here and go into that build preview. Someone remember that number. 42. 42. We go here. And we have 42. This one has 3 buildable neighbors. I wish I could go through each one and check it. Where is this located at? Find map value. This is at... Really? You're not going to give me... Holy crap. Look at how many... 484 tiles. Oh, that's true, because I'm not thinking about the tiles that are being used, the grid system, so that makes sense. True, by this Vox Cloud, and it is collapsed. Its tile location is this right here. Not copy name, copy value. What's going on, buddy? Nothing much, coward. Just refining the video game. Trying to make sure I wish I could search by transform value. I'm trying to figure out a bug we have in the game that deals with the preview meshes not spawning in correctly. The beginning we're gonna have what, 32? No, 36. We have 36. And at the beginning it works. Ancient one. You're calling me old?
How dare you?
How dareth? It's a doggy dog, dude. Hey man. Don't be doggy dog dogging anybody in my chat, bro, or I'm gonna have to... See how I work, dude? Very intimidating. Not really. So, I mean, it works great here. It's like, oh, you got them all, buddy. And then it's only after I start placing things down. I gotta do this every time. So we have 60. We had 59. What, sweetie? You're hungry? Alright, guys, give me a minute. I need a little quick break. I gotta make my child some food. Enjoy the music from the game. Wait, you guys can't even hear the music this whole time. Are you kidding me? So that's pretty good actually. Hold up. Hold up. Where is the... So you can hear the music. I guess I'll just... I'm gonna leave y'all like this. BRB. back, guys. So right now it's demonstrating all of the different, and that's another issue that we'll have to fix. There's got to be a point where it starts hiccuping, and right there, 60. Boink. Is that always the case, though? Or does that always occur around 60? Let's try this again. Yo, well, thank you for welcoming back, Ria. So yeah, it's not always around 60. Sometimes it just happens. And let's see if that happens every time. So what if we go like this? We'll see that we have one over here now. Because guaranteed there was a preview cloud over here that got pulled over here. I mean, we do have 61. So that indicates to me that all of them are still there. But the issue at this time is when we're returning it to the object pool, we're not so honestly, I should put an interface for the object pool on these actors, so when we send them back to the pool, we can call something on them. So in the specific actor, we can reset things dynamically. So let's actually add that to our ClickUp list here. Pooling subsystem interface. Important to have because if it is included, it will allow us to call events when returning actor to subsystem. Sweet. Sweet. But yeah, I know why that's happening. It has to do with the subsystem. And it's funny because it only happens sometimes, and it looks like it's... Oh. We're gonna have 61. And bada boom, bada bing, 61. Hey, Rethamus, man. It's good to see you again, bro. How's the Gladiator game going? And I'm making a game about farming in the clouds, but right now I'm working on building out the cloud. I'm using Ray Marching as the... I'm essentially using Ray Marching to make these puffy clouds, and then I'm using a grid system. Right now we are currently trying to fix a bug where these preview meshes aren't always being placed on the mesh. And I don't know if it's because we're not returning the correct amount. If we're not returning the correct neighbors or not. Because some of these should have neighbors. For instance, this should have a neighbor. Good, I've had a lot of life happen, so been super, super busy. Got married, having a kid, and trying to dev while doing all that. Oh my god. Well, congratulations on getting married, man. And congratulations on having another little boy. Are you still in Japan? Game idea looks super cute and cool. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we're going to be having a lot more... We're going to be having a lot more updates to the meshes right now. I've done some things in the past if you want to see like what we what we're working on. I've had some past live stream sessions where I'm 3D modeling some stuff. But right now I'm doing some R&D on building out the cloud. So eventually, and we should have more. No, we don't. Let's see if this shifts. 61. It doesn't. Oh wait, it doesn't. It doesn't at all. I'm gonna keep just rewinding these and checking this out. Are you doing the solo? No, we have a couple of people working on the team right now. We have an artist who's Al. I know you've met Al. We have a writer. We have a musician, myself, and then we have Steve, another programmer. I am talking to somebody about doing marketing in 3D. So we'll see about that. Why, are you interested in joining the ranks? We're still trying to find a 3D modeler, but we haven't been, if things fall through with this guy in regards to that, then, you know, you can always jump on. Win a Yeti Studio mic. Boink, ba-doink, doink, doink. So yeah, we're not building these. Very cool. What is your deadline? Shoot. I want to have something. I want to have a demo by, I guess, December. Because I want to go for a mega grant. Or go for an early access build. Just go like that. So yeah, I mean, it's not building these out anymore. And the funny thing is because since it's cycling through them, like if I go like this, you'll see that sometimes these are caught in the mix and sometimes they're not. So I don't think it has an issue with getting neighbor placements. I think there's another underlying issue somewhere else that's not allowing me to... It's not building these out correctly. Yep, I'm on 5.8. I'm on 5.8. But with that being said, it's not building enough out. You know, I should have checked that while I had that. Let's try to recreate this bug really quick and see about checking certain things. So it looks like... Yep. Ugh. What did I just do to myself? Let's go ahead and pause the game. I mean, it's building these out. Last time we didn't get past 63, so there's got to be something. Come on. Stinker. Oh, is it not going to let me select these like it did last time? I guess not. It's not going to work this time. Oh my gosh, they're all the way... Oh, you know what it is? It's because I'm not until... In games we trust. Thank you so much for the subscription, man. God bless you. Thank you for being a follower of the channel and a member of the community. Let's go ahead and... No, Raleigh, what are you doing? You're doing the wrong things here. I've been using it for my MP testing, and it is huge help. Have you linked in Claude? If not, you should. It can review your code while you are doing it live in Pi. Really? Yeah, I mean, I use Claude here and there, but I try not to refer to it too much because I have this deep sensational fear that the more I trust in Claude, the less I'll learn. So I'll have to plug it in at some point and try it, but we'll see what happens. So we're definitely getting in these cloud members, but we're not spawning enough in. So let's go ahead and do what we were contemplating and add this break here. I've placed 2, 3, 4, 5, so 36. That should be 41. We should have 41. And actually, it's, yeah, first let's check this out and see what's going on. We have 41, as anticipated. Sorry, Stream Elements always throws me off. I need to actually fix that and switch it over to Streamlabs. Although I don't think Streamlabs has a bot. I have to look into that. I'm thinking of making my own. If you're interested in True, but having it for debug IDE is the best use case. It's an extra set of eyes. You still code, but you would feed it what is going on now. It watches the code, then hints or confirms your thought. Really? You'll have to like we'll have to jump in a call sometime and you'll have to show me, because I've never that sounds interesting, but I don't even know how to go about implementing it. I could just run into some things, but or like look on YouTube and stuff like that, but the way I think about it is it would be good fellowship, be a good way to reconnect, say hi, you know. So maybe we can jump into that sometime. Sweet. Just let me know when you're not busy. I know you got a lot going on at the moment. Let's add a breakpoint here. We know that we have 41, right? We know that we have 41. And what I'm going to test here is how many we have here. We should have, if I look, we should have like, we have the 41 tops. And then the sides are going to be what? 6. And then 6. Shoot. Afternoons are always the best for me. I'll message you in Discord. Yeah, let me know your schedule in Discord. I don't know if you're in Japan still. Because if so, we'd have to move around for that. Okay, let's just click play. We have 66 and we have 63. So we have, that looks right to me. That looks right. So the issue here is that we have 66 of these. False, false, false. False, 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 false. All of these are false, dude? Are you kidding me? I mean, I did just refresh it, so that makes sense. But we're gonna get an object from the pooling if it's false. So these are all false. They're all false. False down the road. So we're going to essentially build out. Nah, the state I'm in. Oh, you're in Atlanta now. That was a huge move. When did you move to Atlanta, bro? You should have said that too. I've moved. I got married. I have a kid. You weren't lying when you were saying life happened. Life sounds like it's happening a lot. Praise the Lord, man. That's crazy. Sorry, I'm also like looking at this too, so I'm not giving you my undivided attention. But I am happy for you. See, one of the things here that's concerning to me is I'm building these out. It doesn't look like I'm adding them to the Octree, which I should. Okay, I am actually literally right here. Oh, in December 2024 you did that? Yeah, it has been a while since we talked, hasn't it? It's been a while since I've seen you stream, too. And And this just adds. This just adds. I'm going to do is this. That's what I'm going to do. Because it looks like there's cases where it's not building. It's not giving us enough clouds. We're not pulling enough clouds. And I wonder why that is. Okay. We're not ready yet, game. And enjoy the dev stuff. Praise the Lord indeed. He has been good and faithful as he always is. Yeah, he is, man. It was a little hard for me for the last year or so figuring that out. But the more I lean into him for my faith during this time, the more I recognize that, you know, and I've been learning really to, I think at least the Lord's been leaning me towards forgiveness, not to work on my own emotions and to, what is it? Not to lean on your own understanding, right? Because when you lean on your own understanding, that'll lead to anxiety, depression, things like that. You know, we have to keep our hope and faith in God, right? And we're not doing that when we're leaning on our own understanding. So I'm going to put some of these down and wait till I see us get that bug. Come on, really? And we have this mismatch over here, this mismatch. So we're going to do this and see what's popping. We're missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're going to go ahead and throw this down here because it looks like that little tidbit didn't quite frankly do what we wanted it to do. We wanted that to do so much more. We have 66 and we have, let's go down here and see how many we have entirely. 64. So we have 66, which means we're missing 2. But if we click play, we bounce out of this. And because this could mean that we're missing some neighbors here. Let's see. 1. We are missing 1. It looks like. Unless I'm seeing things wrong here. 64. No, that makes sense. Because we have 0, so that's 65. It makes sense that we're missing 1. We're missing 1. Let's watch this value. True, 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 true. They're all true. And we have 65, so we're missing 1. Isn't that strange? So there's some cases where we're maybe not placing the tile location. We need 1 more. We don't have it. Proverbs 3:5 through 6. Trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lean not unto thine own understanding. In all the ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy path. That's something I've been, Yep, that's something I've been trying to do recently. You know how it is though, man. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. I don't know why that's sounding weird. The flesh. Maybe that's why I'm messing things up, because I'm freaking my dyslexic brain. The flesh is weak. The flesh. Maybe it's like taking into consideration the... Maybe it's taken into consideration this, but it doesn't. It looks like everything is here. I don't have anything over here. Let's just test that really quick. I gotta go to the cloud. The clown. Come on, man. Let's see if there's anything happening here. That's gotta be the what? That's the planet. Okay, that is the planet. Yeah, I mean, I don't see anything over here. So we are missing one. But it's interesting because this is posting up true. The fleesh. The fleesh is weak. Al always gives me a hard time for that too. I'm like, man, I'm trying here. My dyslexic brain. Come on. I don't know why this isn't working. This should work. Array index. I mean, we got 66 here, so maybe I should just scoot it on forward. Just scoot it on forward. Go like this and do that. And then scoot it on forward, see what we get here. 66. We find it. And it's all false again, right? We go true. We break that and we make a preview. We set the actor to the location. And if we are able to make an actor, we set it to true. To 66, so true. Ugh. This is big sad, dude. This is huge sad. I don't know what it is that's doing this. I don't know what it is, mate, and it's driving me insane. Wait a minute. Looks like everything's in place, actually. Let's just give ourselves a look. No, it isn't. We're missing one tidbit right here. We are. Don't understand why it's happening, but it is. And it's telling me it's creating something there, but it really ain't. Which tells me we may be getting multiple. Let's see if we have any multiple. -2, 3, negative. Oh, that's going to be so annoying. Wait a minute. Yeah, I mean, we say maybe we need 60. I mean, if we had 65, I'd be like, oh. But we're literally missing one. Have to head out. You have a blessed stream, my good man. I will link up with you through Discord. Yes, sir. You have a great day as well, okay? God bless you and your family, man. May the Lord walk with you forever. And them as well. May he strengthen them as he has strengthened you. What is going on? Yeah, there is one case where it's not building one. And, funny enough, this one always gets replaced. And I bet you it's like, I'm in the area. In area. This is a very fun stream, guys. I'm sorry, I'm kind of just sitting here trying to debug something. I'd like to move it a lot quicker, but... Dear Heavenly Father, please help me figure this out. Please help me figure this out. We need to... We're not doing something correctly. And we're going through each valid neighbor, but we're only producing 65 out of... We're producing one less. What could be the issue of all of that? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's also an issue, too. We don't want this right here. That could possibly be the case as well. Look what I'm doing every time. Every time I do that, that's what I'm doing. I don't think that has anything to do with it, but... I mean, it's definitely a bug. Let's click play. Add. I have, what is it? I had 36. So that makes sense that it adds 2 for every block. Yeah, that makes sense that it would be 3 there, because it has 1, 2, and then 3. And that makes sense. We're adding 2 more. I think I figured out the issue, guys. I think I'm figuring out the issue. So when we originally do this, we get the stuff. This is going to add 2, right? Because it's adding 1 and then 1 to the front of it. So originally we were at... Sorry, I'm doing this wrong. Let's run this step by step. So right now we're at 60. And I'll show you this. We're at 60, so when we're placing this down, it goes up 2. So now we have 2 more valid neighbors. I'll add 1 here. And it goes up 2 more. It's at 64. Then I'll hit this, add another. We're at 67 because it's adding 3. We have the top, the front, and then the left side. We have 1 here, here, and here. So that makes sense. Now we're going to add another. And this is going to give us 2 more. We're at 69 now. And before we bounce out of this, I just want to confirm that we're at 64, even though we're at 69. So we're not having... I mean, it looks like all the spots are covered. Which is funny, because it's supposed to be 70-something. But we only have 64. I wonder why that is. But it's working. and it stops working. And we're at 65, which makes sense. And then boink. So it should make 66, but it never made 66 because, well, I mean, we're right here right now, so it should make 66, but it doesn't. It works for the first 5, and then it stops working after that. So let me go to the player. I'm going to try something. Let me go to his inventory. BP inventory, max stack amount. Let's do 10. We're going to try to test some things out here, boys. Gosh, I love that that works. So we're gonna climb through this again, and we're gonna. It's normal to have 60 or 3 added here at the side. So we know this works. We're gonna remove this breakpoint for now. And we're past 5. And it's working. So what it has to do with is putting the stuff away. Once we there's something going on with the put away logic. What, I can't freaking put a breakpoint here? Are you kidding me? Why can't I put a breakpoint down? That's weird. Usually you could just break node, breakpoint. What's going on? Okay, so we're gonna, maybe we can't do it while we're playing in the, why does it do this? It's like, oh, you can put a breakpoint in, I can put a breakpoint in here, add breakpoints. I can't do it in the event graph. Now I can. My brain was not allowing me to see it. Boink, 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 boink. Do we put the hovered actor away? We don't. We don't. We don't put the hovered actor away. I think that could potentially be it. Because if after we've done that so many times, we lose one. And this could explain us losing that one. At least that's how I see it. So let's go ahead and try this without the breakpoint. And then do this. bust out. And let's grab them all. Nope, that was not it. I was hoping that would be it. But the hovered actor is like the actor that we're currently hovering. I was really like, oh, I figured it out. Nope. You did not figure it out. So we're losing one when we put it away, when we end the logic, when the logic is finished. But it will work for some reason. And it's like it's because we build it. There's got to be an issue. I want to say it has to do with filling the tile. It just does not make sense. What if I don't clear the valid neighbor list? Right. It definitely doesn't bring everything here. What I could do is just... meh. It's like... it makes sense to do that for that. But after we remove them all from here, maybe we remove them all from here. I don't know. We could get the grid manager and get the tile location from the location of the actor, and then access this valid neighbor and set it to false. Right? But no matter what, like if I think like when we restart the game, it's going to build these things out again regardless anyways. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Heavenly Father, please help me. We're close. We return the hover actor to the object. I mean, it doesn't really matter because the hovered actor is just there to reference like the current area or the current, because you know this preview is right here. Where do I ever return? I do, right here in the end logic. I return the hovered actor to the pool, which I don't need to do by any means. I don't need to do that. What I do need to do is do that. Let's see what happens when we do this now. And quite frankly, we don't need this because the hovered actor is a part of the preview actors, so we just set it to null. What's going on here? Usually it'll show us. Okay, thank you. So what's going on? Looks like that worked. But now we only have 68. That's scary. Yep. So, I mean, that works. It's just not colored. What's going on? Did I not just grab all of them? Maybe it does work. Usually when we see that, it's an indicator that it's not working, so... we still have that issue. And we're filling the tile where we're placing this down. That makes sense. We fill the tile where we're placing it down with the key. Get tile location from world location, which is now the actor location that we're placing down. Spawning this at the hovered actor's location. And then once we've set that location, we set the location here, as well as the key for that location. And normally I'd be like a little sus with that, but normally I'd be a little sus about that. But this is working. Looks like we have all the tile locations. What? You're at the pool? Okay, sweetie, give me. I love you. My little girl. My little baby. And now it's working. And if you're wondering why it doesn't work there, guys, it's because we've built out as far as we could go on the grid. We're no longer putting anything away when we do that. Let's build out over here. Yep, and it doesn't work there. $74 out of this. And the funny part is, oh, hey, check it out. Now they're under the player, though. These should be boink, boink, and then boink. So when we place something down, we should be removing it from the list. Not only, right? Because we never remove it from the list. So once we fill, we want to remove. From the list as well. We want to remove from the list as well. And if that's successful, then we're successful. We'll find out when... I think that could potentially be it, but I don't know. We have 74. At least I feel like we're getting closer to fixing some bugs in our logic. I mean, that looks pretty darn good. Let's keep building. I mean, we are still at 74. But it could be because it's not updating, because we've had that instance where it doesn't update. Oh, we're at the end over here. But now we're not spawning some of these here. And it's just one. Let me see if that's correct. Yeah, that is correct. Sometimes, like, because of the position, it feels like that is not correct. I'm gonna build in a direction I know I should be seeing more spawning in. Because at some point it should be spawning more in, you know? And right now, look, we've already built here, but it's still there. They're still in areas that they shouldn't be in. For instance, right here. So maybe we do return that back to the pool because it's just like, well, we've used it, return it to the pool. Or else it won't. If we don't return it to the pool, it won't reuse it from the pool. So at the end of the logic, we don't need to worry about it so much because let's try this. I know it's a lot. Shoot, it is a whole lot. Because instead of just placing the ones that we'd have to, I mean, we cycle through them anyways and place them. So a part of me is like, after you've filled them all, iterate through all of them and get rid of them. I know that sounds strange. We don't necessarily need to remove all of these, but doing something similar here, where we are part of me is like, after all of this, then remove all of them, then do the thing. Essentially, we iterate through the list already, so I don't see like an issue in throwing these back. Compile, boink. Nice. Doesn't work at all. I guess it's because the logic is it doesn't, since we're getting rid of all the preview meshes, when we start the logic, it just makes sense because when we start the logic, we go through the grid managers, we get all the filled tiles. All of the tiles that are filled, we get. So I guess, you know, let's check this out and then come back here and get rid of this because this is clearly not what we want to do. Let's just go ahead for now, and we will, for the benefit of testing this further, let's just return this to where it needs to go after we've, what? Yeah, if it's successful, and honestly, I should be placing this. Okay, so we do that multiple times. So if it's successful and changing the actors, covered actors, new location to this location, then we're going to head on over. Honestly, I should be getting the tile location every time to be like super specific, but whatever. We have 36. We have 41. No, we're not. What is going on, dude? Oh. Because it's not successful, we're not removing it. Shoot, it could be something we're doing if it's successful. So we have 37 right now because I just placed a new one. Now we have 38. Why don't I just get rid of this here, remove breakpoint, and then can I watch this value? I can. So as we're placing things, I can say, oh, it's out of scope. Not in the scope. Darn it. Wish that was in scope. We're 38, so now we gotta... whatever. 39. Oh yeah, this is gonna run 40 times. You know what's funny? Let's actually not make this a success when we do the thing. Let's not make it a success. And see if it updates. But it definitely won't because it's not going to rerun it. So we have to make it a success. Ugh. I'm like grabbing for straws here now. I don't know where this bug is coming from. It's like a theme song. I'm going to have a different opinion about this music when I'm finished. Yeah, we'll just keep doing that. It works great when we don't put it away. But when we put it away, when we come back, there's an issue. $75. We're just gonna, before we end it, right, we're gonna do this and see if it's working as intended. No! It's supposed to fill what we have and then add more. Anyways. It works fine. We're not going to get anything here because that's the end of the line for the graph right there. It's only until I put it away, which is aggravating. It works fine, and then it's like, oh, you want to put it away? Don't work anymore. It's definitely in the logic. That's the only thing. We have 72 now. Nope, now we have more. 83. So, I mean, it works. But, you know, we click play, put them away. What happens now? Still works. So it's literally only when I put them away. And it's missing 2. How though? Why though? Why? Why is that happening? I remove them from the Octree because we don't want to get any information from them anymore. We return all the preview actors to pull when we put them away. We're no longer tracking the placement. The hovered actor, if is valid. We should also set the last hovered actor to transparent 0, or I guess in this case we want the opacity to be set back to what it was. Maybe that's another issue too. I don't know. The fact of the matter is it doesn't have it. And we need to fix that. I just need to fix that. That's something. It's a problem that's in my face. So I think I know what I need to do to fix that. Not necessarily do this. We just set everything to null here. And then when we iterate through it, we change that dynamic material. So essentially, we take the dynamic or this thing and we set, is this an actor? It is an actor. What is this? Build preview cloud. Has to build preview cloud. Let's just set its opacity to Nice. So what happens when we set them all to 0? If we're in the area, then we set them to 0.5. If we're out of the area, we set it to 0.5, the opacity. So we don't need to, we need to change the opacity of this, not the... Set opacity to 0.5. Or I guess I could say, yeah, I'm just going to set the opacity to 0.5. Or I guess 0.
Nor.
It's already doing it. I'm getting so annoyed at this stupid build system, man. It's not stupid because I made it, but sorry. I don't know what it is that's happening here, dude. I don't know why it is not making get an object from pooling subsystem. So it's going to either get it or it's going to create it. Event eld logic. Okay, no, this is not it right here. This is not where we're spawning these in. We're spawning them in here. And quite frankly, part of me wants to just do this too, because I'm like, why is it not working? Why is it not working? And it works when we're just placing them down. Boink, boink, boink. It adds on to them. The minute we put it away, end held logic, we do success here. We put it away. Do we call anything? No, we don't. Maybe there's something I'm doing on the held object. So let's just go look at the held object. Lord knows it's probably there. I think it's this one. Nope, that is the held object. So we need to look at the interaction, which is BP item interaction. It is a one shot. BP item interaction. Base use on interaction completed. Base target reset actor after use. Start end logic on interaction completed. My order of operations here are pretty funny. This has to do with the inventory. The only thing okay, we're just setting it here. So start end logic. And the only thing we're putting away here is the put away. We have put away. Which is funny because we return this item in our hand twice, which we don't need to do because we do it here. But we would need to set the item here. And the only thing we do is detach from our hands. Really? Detach from our hands. Yeah, I want to see if we even have a little sphere in our hands when we go and do that. And we do. We start the end held logic. Come here. Event end held logic. We spawn the actor there. Set that to true. Then we return the hovered object to there. We fill a tile. And we remove that tile from a valid neighbors list. Because it's no longer a valid neighbor. Then we return if it's true. If it's true, then we come up here and we remove one. And then we do the whole shebang. We reset it. And this is going to be the last one, so... Ah. Blah. Blah. I have to walk through all this, guys. Right up to here. I need to see, like, each little tidbit. This is the last one. The hovered actor is valid. We get an object from the pulling subsystem, which we spawn in if we have to. We set its location. That's true. We remove the hovered actor from the list. We do this every time regardless anyways. And then we're filling in the tile actor. We have 65 here. True. Once we've done that, we remove it from this. But where are we calling event put away? It's like we call put away several times on this. Item removed completely. Item removed. Item removed from inventory. We check if it does not equal, then we run this again. If it does not equal 0. If it equals 0, then we've removed it completely. When which we call the put away logic. But we run the put away up. Let's just feel it out. It's got to be something in what we're doing. I'm going to remove this, click play. And essentially, this is another event that's being called when we're removing it, but it's not in this case. Because I mean, the put away event gets called regardless. What happens if we don't do this? Because that's getting called twice at that point on the same object. Let's remove this really quick. And it's funny because now we have this. So the put away is actually this right here. And then we call this again, which is put away, which is a little redundant because we're already putting it away. We don't need to call that anymore. I'm like doing way too much here. That's interesting because it does get called. We don't call the start held object again. And I think it's because we don't do this. Return object to pool, which is weird. It's like, why do I need to call this again? We detach it and then do that, but then we have this. Whoa. Video games, dude. Video games. Apparently I have to call the put away. I have to call put away again on here, even though I'm already doing it. Held base, hold up. Let's... I guess I'm not calling put away on interaction completed. Start end logic. We start end logic. Just here, end held logic. I mean, so we already put that away. What am I doing? What am I doing? Lord have mercy. We don't need this because we already put it away. And we can confirm that if we click play and we... And it does disappear, so we don't need to do that. Okay, that's one thing we don't need to do. But what we do need to do is figure out, I guess we gotta call put away again. I want to check this to make sure we're not... Start end logic, end held logic. Right, we have our interaction here. On the held base. But the item interaction that we're using is completely somewhere else. Yo, Chase Lee, how art thou, bro? How art thou? So it's okay. Chase here is okay. Yeah, definitely. I believe that. I'll figure it out. God will lead to some type of conclusion. God will lead me to some type of conclusion at some point. He's never left me empty-handed before, so we do need to call that again. In this case, it is active, so we're gonna set all these guys to nothing. We're gonna iterate through each one and set the opacity to 0. Then we're gonna return that specific thing to the object pool, as well as remove it from the grid manager. Once that's done, you know, I'm gonna try and see what happens if I don't get rid of the... Gosh. Get me out of here. Get me out of here, please. I'm gonna see what happens if we don't get rid of the valid neighbors. I'm just gonna check. So how you doing, Chase? Probably want to get out of here really quick. And we'll see we have all of them. But if I place one, biddy bye bye. We're missing one. So it doesn't place it for one. So is it really... I mean, it works in the first case scenario. The first time we do this. Yo, no playing, no games. How's it going, brother? How art thou? How are you? We don't have that issue the first time around. So, like, maybe it doesn't have to do with putting away. And we can try to confirm this. I mean, that works. Let's put it away. Oh, now I want to build again. Boink. Oh yeah, I need to get myself clouds. I'm good. How about you? Made some good progress on my Christmas game. The menu are all done and looking smooth. Oh, me like to hear these things. So who does the voiceovers for your games? Because Chase Lee has a mean Santa Claus. You should listen to him sometime. Show him, Chase. Show him. Ho ho ho. Merry Christmas. See, isn't that perfect? Do you want? Oh, dude, do I want to be Santa Claus? That would be amazing. That would be absolutely fantastic. I would love nothing more than to be Kris Kringle. You know, this is starting to aggravate me a whole heck of a lot. Because this is not an issue. This is not an issue with every other system. It's just this one. There's got to be something that I'm doing wrong with the voxel. Like, there's got to be something that I'm not doing correctly on this voxel cloud. When we fill in a tile, it all works. Until the final one. Maybe there's something to do with the final click. Maybe there's something to do with the final click and not necessarily... Oh. There was nothing there. So it's going to do nothing. Clickety. 1 second, guys. I'm running through an assortment of tests. Okay. And then this last one's right here. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. We return the object. Everything's working correctly. We're going to fill the tile. We're going to fill the tile at 4 whatever it is. Say your best ho-ho. This is not an all-in interview. Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas. I don't know. Maybe it needs a little work, but I think it's pretty close. I think it's pretty close. You are hired. Yes! And Chase said I could never do it. He said I could never do it. He sat there spinning in his chair with his crazy little hair. He's like, number 2. Sorry, that's a Chase Lee reference. He knows that's right. You gotta love chat, man. You gotta love you guys. You guys are great. You guys are amazing. So, this is gonna put it, that's apparently 4-2, which makes sense. Because, yes, 4-2. There's 2 on the Y. But anyways, it's gonna come through, then it's gonna remove it from the valid neighbor list, because it's filled. I mean, honestly, I could just handle that. Maybe I should handle that somewhere else. By the way, maybe I should handle that in the start held object where I'm like checking. I'm like, oh, is it valid? But here's the thing. I mean, we could check here. If we don't find it, right? Because here's the thing. We're getting all the neighbors. Get buildable neighbors. If they're not buildable neighbors, we should remove them from the list. If they're part of the list. No. This is if we get buildable neighbors. If we don't get buildable neighbors, then there's something wrong. It's been fun listening in. I gotta go now, though. See you later. You have a good one, Ria. Thank you for tuning in. You have an amazing rest of your day. Have a raising. I was trying to say amazing and rest at the same time, and I combined it into erasing. Have an amazing rest of your day. I guess I should say just amazing day. That's better. It's quicker, simple, easy. But no. Hello and goodbye. So we should have, I mean, it's probably better to remove it from the list right there instead of running through everything again. Quite frankly, it's better to remove it from this list now than it is later. Arg. 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 Lord, have mercy on me. Help me to figure this out, Father. My little tiny human brain can't figure it out. It can't figure it out. It can't do it. It's pointless for me. Goku! That darn turtle. That darn turtle always messing with my fun. Krillin! Krillin! Okay. Okay, let me think. What is it on the last one that's not working? Because when the start held logic works for everything. It works up until this point. You know what it is? This music is starting to turn me insane. I'll be quite frank with you. You can't do it. That's what I hear when I hear this song and I'm trying to figure it out. And it's taking forever. You stink, you stink, you stink. Really bad. That's what I'm hearing about me when I'm trying to figure this out, and that song's still going. So yeah, I mean, we got our last little doodad here. We got our last little doodad. We got to figure out what it is. Lord, point it out, please. We get the tile position. Boink. We're over here. We fill it. Maybe I need to do this. Oh. And then we remove it. We're at 65. Now we should be at 64. Yes. Yes. So now we're at 64. All right, guys. We're at 64. And you know what? When we put it away, it should be stopping the tracking placement. But it doesn't for some strange reason. Even though we call it right here after the event held logic. And I only say that because this is going right. Oh yeah. I just messed myself up. Look at what's going on with me, chat. I'm a broken man. I'm a broken man. So we have 64. I'm actually going to clear this at the end. We have 64. We don't need to have this. I'm at 64. But we are going to go over here and turn on the preview build. Add that right here. So we start off with 36, so we should have 41, which we will have. But when I do this, no, you. I'm a very expressive person. What can I say? Especially when it's like, oh, start the held logic, and it's like, oh, we don't want to do that now. God forbid we do that. Let me guess, it'll work now? Yep, yes it will. How did I know? It's like, oh, we don't work. Okay, so we're going to build out our little platform here, and then we're going to place this on here afterwards, add breakpoint. We're going to stop watching this. This game will be only mobile? It's going to be Steam. I know, you can dance if you want to. You can dance if you want to. Whoa. Whoa, it's not starting the hand. Oh, well. What is going on, dude? This is aggravating me. Like, why is this? I need to restart. I need to restart it all. Let's save it. Save. Starting to get really aggravated over something. Let's go buying it day one. What did you say? Day one? Maybe I should make that as like my noise for when someone subscribes instead of like bring. It's like and it's me just going like that. It's like a little video. Kind of like that, actually. But it takes time to do those things. I can't just, you know... Most of the time I spend creating, it's making games. And then, other than that, I'm hanging out with my family or working with school. And soon, when I get a job, working. Because I gotta get a job. I'd love to stream, but it doesn't exactly pay the bills. Doesn't exactly pay the bills. It's fun, but doesn't pay the bills. And I'm sure there's unfun aspects to it as well. Can you hurry up and give me a display of my things, please? Stupid thing won't work for me and it makes me mad. The stupid thing won't work for me and it makes me so mad. So it's none of them. None of them. Stupid game, it doesn't want to work and it really just hates me. Yes, that's how I feel right now. The dream is to game dev full-time on our games. It is. It is. It is. So I have 41. 41. That should congest to... What? Right now, if we look here and we give it a second. Yeah, I would love to work on my games full time. That would be extremely nice. Because then I could be creative all the time and stream and hang out with you guys and not be stressed. But life just don't be like that, you know? That's just how it is sometimes. Failure to launch. Bad. So we start off at 59. And that's because all these inner guys here. Boink, 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 boink. 1, 2, 3, or 4, 8, 12, 16. Plus the 2s. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. I guess the 2, 4, 6, 8. And then it's what, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's a lot. I ain't gonna hand count those. I'll be sitting here looking like I'm in an elementary school. 1, 2, 3, 4. That could be it too. Oh, wait. Before I make the dumb, I gotta add the breakpoint. So I had 59. Yeah, that should be 41. But I want to jump down here. $66. 59. 59 plus 3 is 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or I guess 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then we have these up here as well. So these give us 3, 5, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 plus 59 does not equal 66, I think. I don't know. My brain is completely fried. FYI, guys. It is completely fried. Oh, what's up, Quincy? Nice to see you back, brother. Part of me just doesn't want to do anything. You put your all in, and it doesn't want to work. So yeah, I mean, we had these originally. All of these. So we've only added 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to the 59. 65. But we're getting 66 here. Which would make sense. Which would make sense. Because we have 59 to begin with. 59. These are all 59. And then 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65. But we have 66 points. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That makes sense. We have 60 right now. Saying we have 60. So, I wonder why this tells me we have 60. That are all true. I mean, I guess we do have 60. Because of the 0. So that was my fault for not reading that. So it looks like, sadly, the me needs to go to work. Working and grinding till I make it. Have a nice stream, brother, and God bless you. Same to you, man. I really appreciate you tuning in. If you have an opportunity to lurk, all the support would help right now. Still trying to hit it on as affiliate on Twitch. I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to remove this. And that's going to be 61, 62, 63. That's going to jump up from 63 to 2 more because it has these here. So that's 65. And this should be what? 65, that should be... Really? Oh yeah, because it's gone. So this never... I'm not calling this again for some strange reason. This doesn't get called. For some strange reason. I mean, it's all there right now. Let's try placing one down. And go backwards. And we've added 2 more clouds. And now it's working. Why is it working? It should not be working. There's some stupid error. I'm gonna get mad. The unknown bug went away, it looks like. What? 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 Oh, no, it's right there. Stupid bug. Doesn't build out. It's one of these areas. And the worst part is I can't read this now. It's like the first time I do it, it starts build preview setup. But after that, it doesn't run it again. But that can't be true because it's clearly running it. Which means it's going to be really hard to test. That's why, because we keep spawning 1,000 of them. Holy cow. How many of these do I have? That's going to be an issue. And then if I go like this and then do that. What? What? That's an issue. That's a huge issue. That's a big boy issue right there. BP. Cloudkin. When we put away, we're supposed to put away. We return ourselves to the pool. And then, oh, error. Let's see if I'm spawning this every time. Get an object from pooling. Place item in hand. We get the item in hand. Jump to present. Nobody's saying anything in that chat. Held base class reference. Then we do a specific class. And then we put that item in our hand. This could be an issue too. We're not really caring about this one. That's just the base class. But we have 0. And so if we read this, BP held cloud base 0. If we look at the Cloudkin when we're spawning it in, this is the exact one. Set actor location, get current held actor, or set current held actor. Whoa. What's going on here? The first time it's this. And we're Gucci. Item in hand is that. Boink. Then we do it again. And this time it's a different one. So there's something up with our actor class because it's not I mean, the first time it's like, yeah, it's okay. Now we actually want to test this. We're going to place this item in our hand. I want to put one here because it's going to give us time to run through this. So the first time, did we do it already first time? We did. Contains inactive. It's empty. Okay. What's going on? Okay, I'm so confused. Let's do that. Click play. Then we're gonna go ahead and do this again and put this on our breakpoint here. We're gonna be checking this out. Contains. We do have one. Am I not returning this? Oh. There's a lot of objects being getting from here. I mean, it should still work, but it's a big issue if this is pulling up because we can't. So I guess what we need to do here is actually, instead of doing this on this, we can't do it there because it looks like it's not working as well as we would like it. So we have to put return object to pool because I don't feel like that was happening earlier. Let's try this again. Let's remove that. Start game. I'm just giving myself a list of other things. I mean, the item in the hand is still 0. Let's go to cloud base. Okay, so we do have to do it there specifically. Yes, sir. Now we can actually track this number instead of having a headache on getting it. 62. That's gonna add 63. That's gonna add 2. And then we're gonna place that one. And we do dissolve it. So we're at 65, 66, 67. We should have 67. But we're at 66. We're at 66. We've placed down, we have enough, 41. But if we come over here, I'm starting to get hungry. Even then, we're, what was it, 60, 66, sorry. So already, we're missing 1, 2, and we should be 465. So yeah, we are missing 2 because of the 0. So we're missing 2 here. Why is that happening? If we look through our list, we'll see that we have every place has a return value of an object being there. Maybe I'm just like, I shouldn't even care about this stupid list. Why are you... It's saying we're getting a... Maybe we should check to see if it's occupied first. And then if it's occupied, then we add it. But it doesn't seem to be the case here. We do have a stamp right there in that area. It's just, it's not building enough for them. Is this iterating 66 times or not? Which would mean some of these are true and we're clearing them out. I'm going to just print these because I don't know how many are being done. Kind of want to check on the fly. So 59. Which is 60. So it's always going to be one less. We're giving it time to build up here. We place its 59, 61 because that gives us 2 more areas. Makes sense. 62, so that's really 63. Makes sense. Oh, that only went 63 times. 64. This is the most pain in the butt bug I think I've ran into in a very long time. They're all there. No, dude, come on. Ugh. Lord have mercy. I'm not keeping even track of it because I want to get it done. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 63. This should just add 1. That's 64. It should be 64. Even though it is... Right, like... We're missing one here, which doesn't happen when we are building out. It's like boom, boom, boom. Everything's working fine. We place the last one, it stops. It's not because it's... And this one isn't going to even run. Or I guess it will. Because when I place it, it won't. Wow. So it's right at the start. $63, we're at 64, even though it should be more. It should be way more. Should be 65. Because we just placed this one down, but I guess it makes sense because we can only go so far out. So let me test somewhere else where... There's 63. I'm gonna give the... Might be streaming for an hour longer. Just jumping into my other... To my... What's it called? Time. Come on, dude. Really? It's gonna take you this long to show them? Thank you. So we have 64 right now. We click this. So we should have gone up 65. Or to 66. What is it? 63. So we're at 64. We should have gone up to 65. Which we have. 64. No. I keep forgetting about... No, that is the number. 65. So that is correct. But... it's not pulling one for each one. Right now we have 63. And it is counting 64. But it's not placing another one. Even if I sit here and go like this, it's at 65. It's 0. Let's go ahead and get rid of this, compile that. I think we can do that. Hello, hello, hello. We do get rid of this, don't we? Yeah, we clear this. We clear all the valid neighbors. Which is why in here, when we wow, that is a bug. I think that's not... Yeah. Hmm? This is true if an item was found. Am I creating this somewhere else, guys? Because it looks like it's saying, oh, hello, 1,000 times, like a derp I am. Like the derp I am. We're going to play it. And it's not going to say filled for any of them. In fact, it doesn't do filled anymore. Even, I mean, I guess it's because we put it away, but if we do that, we fill it. And this will add the new ones, but it's not going to go back and add the other ones. And it's still, like, it's not the positions. It's just how many are going to be on there. And there should be a couple here missing. Ugh. There should be a couple here missing. Shoot, couple. A whole lot. Trying to figure out what this is has been the most annoying thing. It works fine. Even right here. I mean, we get this. That's just a bug. This little guy right here is just a bug. But if we look and we jump out of this, we do have all of them here. They're all here. It doesn't mess up until I finish everything. Then I come back and I'm like, okay, let's add some more. And then it's like, okay, you don't have all these buildable plots. But we know this not to be true, because if I were to... And that's one... That's 2 spots that it's missing. If I were to do this, we get them again. Right? It's like a gamble. Because it's not allocating enough. And I don't think it's a part of the pooling system either, because if we're looking at this, we have 66. And right now we have 63, so we're missing 2. And I say we're missing 2 because we start off at 0. So we're missing 2, which would bring us to 65. When I look over here on my filled number, I have 66. Which, if you count, because it's counting numbers, it's not, it's excluding the 0. So essentially, it would be 65. So we have the valid neighbors right here. The issue is that it's, and it's true for all of them, even though it's not. So we go through here, we say, hey, is this space occupied? This is, if you look here, this is it true? Is there something built for this already? False. If it's true, we don't want to build anything there because it's already been built. So we say it's false. We grab the key, we get into the grid manager and say, hey, is there a key or is there a grid position here? Yes. Okay, so we have a valid neighbor that isn't filled, and we have a valid tile position. Let's go ahead and use our pulling system to spawn in or get an object from the pulling system and place it at that grid position. We then add that to the octree, and then what we do is we say, hey, if we were able to fill this position with a actor, let's go ahead and say that it's filled. So I'm just gonna do this. See what happens. I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm frantic. I'm trying everything. The logic is not making sense to me by any means, but it's gonna keep making these bad boys, and it's gonna even make them where they're not supposed to be made. But maybe, just maybe, we'll have the positions that we want. So if we go back, we look at all the cloud stuff, and I probably have to restart this. We have a ton. There's going to be some over there because we're just spawning a crap ton at this point, but they're definitely filled in at this point, and we don't have that issue. Where it's not being filled in. Yeah, sure, we're creating hundreds of these, right? But it looks like they're all filled in at this point. Besides this one, because it's at the edge of the grid, there is no grid position here. So it's clearly something to do with this. But the issue here is that we need to figure out if this was filled. True. Did we find it? True. But we need to have a contingency here that's like, hey, did we place this? And that's kind of what this is supposed to do. We get a key. That key still represents a grid position, and it represents, like, when we pull an object to place it here, did we add something there? And somehow it's missing on one because I don't know. It should just be working. I don't know why it's not working. And it's like, oh, that's filled, that's filled. We're going to place one right here. If we do it like this, we miss out on one. Right? And we know the neighbors work because if I refresh this, that issue will move around. It'll be one other... I might not be able to see it on here, but after testing, it'll be one of these positions. For instance, right here, on top of this one. I guess it is there. Which we need to... There's a couple of things we need to fix for the HUD system, but if I were to just duck out of this and grab all these just to showcase this, there's going to be one missing from what I know. And believe it or not, right there. If I click play and I turn this on, that might change. Because at this point, it's just iterating through and grabbing the other positions. So now we don't have one here. So we know the tile neighbors work because it'll shuffle between them. It just doesn't have enough actors to place because for some strange reason, when it goes through here, it's already saying it's filled, which indicates to me that we are filling it at some point, but maybe we're not getting enough valid neighbors. Maybe there's an issue up here. But it's like, how could that be the issue if I'm reading, if we have 66 positions and we're only spawning 65 objects. So if this is like you have 66 positions, and then I cross-reference that with my actual grid, the things on the grid, and I can see that there is 66 positions, but there's only 65 spawned actors. It's like this is giving me the right information. This is giving me the right information because you can see that it's giving me the right information because that one missing link is far often not the amount that we're missing from there, which is 1. So that's like, oh, you got 66, but you have 64 because we got to think about it with, you know, the naming conventions. It's going to name it 0, then 1, then 2. So I would essentially 64 is equivalent to 65. But the point is I'm missing 1 every time when I go this method. If I take away this and say they're never filled, we don't have that problem. The problem we do then face is that we'll spawn these 1,000 times. You'll see that right there. And then if I go back and do this again, and we just wait for this to load, yeah, we have a lot more spawn, but if we get to the top point here and we look, they're all filled. They're all filled. We don't have that issue when we don't check if they're filled. If we check if they're filled, we have that issue, which means one of these is saying, oh, it's filled, or it's not spawning one and saying it's filled. So I guess what we have to do is check here to see if we were successful. If we're not successful, let's go ahead and print something out because I'm getting desperate here. Did not do the thing. The thing was not done. So I gotta post all these and then do it again, and we don't get that. But sure enough, we're gonna have that issue or we're gonna miss one. And there we are right there. So it's telling us that we have the positions, and if we look here, we have 65 and we have 63. So we're missing one. BRB, you back, Chase? God bless you, brother. This is probably the worst stream I've had in a while, just because nothing's moving forward. But it is what it is. I'm just getting frustrated because I don't understand why this is not working. I don't understand how to debug it either, because I've done everything that I possibly can to try to debug this and figure out where the possible issue can come from. And I mean, I guess the biggest key here is if we turn this off, we fix it. We fix it. It's fixed. But then we have this instance where we're spawning way too many on those positions. So part of me just wants to, and I feel like this is a little bit cleaner if we can get to work, but it's like I can't figure it out for the life of me. Let's check here. Already filled. Dear Heavenly Father, give me your peace. Give me your peace that surpasses all knowledge. Sorry, I need to turn this back on. That's gonna do its thing. So one is turning back already filled. And I wonder why that is. We clear it. There's no way that it could be doing this. See? Already filled. So it doesn't get added in. Oh, you know what it is? I mean, right now, look, we have 0. So there's nothing in here, dude. Which means there's like a duplicate, maybe? I don't know. Let's add a breakpoint right here. I don't know why I did that. Raleigh, why do you torture yourself? Okay, let's put a breakpoint now. And then do this. How many? 24. What? Let's see if it does this even prior to that. I'm gonna go ahead and take this off, remove breakpoint, and it doesn't until I place them like this. And why it's 4 now, I don't know why. Let's see if there's 4 missing from here. One, 2. Looks like we're just missing 2. 1, 2. So right now I'm testing the validity of these messages here. Let's do what I did last time. We don't have that. Boink, boink, boink. Boink. And then we did what one over here? Already filled. There's 4 already filled. Which makes sense, because there's probably some that are valid neighbors. Like this is going to share this. This is going to share this. So it's not going to add it. So. But we should have, what? 1 missing? We have 1 missing. But yeah, it makes sense that 1, 2, 3, 4. Because these would share neighbors. So it's essentially saying you already have 1 here. Don't worry about adding it. But just for the sake of haha, let's try. We're going to do this. I've moved this from here for the sake of haha. If we double add these. See, and that's going to do that too. So essentially we're trying to do what we're not wanting to do. So, I mean, that works. Let's see if I can replicate it just being 1. Because I did have it as just 1. 4. Yeah, see, it's this one right here. Where these two are going to share 1. So that makes sense. But we have 65. No, oh, no, no, no. Can never just find one thing that I can steez on past. It's missing. Why is it missing? I could always use the octree to test. Probably just need to work around it. So if we have a... It's all true. It's like, yeah, we're all true. No, it's not. Why are you lying? A Noodle Bro show. You're telling me about it, man. The spaghetti sauce. The only thing I need is the marinara. But don't worry, I code too, bro. I code too. So don't be too sad, you know? There is some coding here. I have several different plugins. 4 of which, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of which are mine. So I do some coding. I'm not completely BP. So how's it doing, Bone Circuit? I like that name. Sounds like a game name. Shoot. There's got to be something. That's honestly probably why it's so confusing, because it's like the Noodle Bro show. That's probably why I'm like, what is it? I can't find it. Boop 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 boop. Grid manager. So it doesn't have to do with this because we need this. It's giving us the exact amount that we need. It's just not spawning them in. So what I think I'm gonna do, instead of having these valid neighbors, I'll probably get rid of that, and then I'll just use the octree that we have here to test a position before we throw it in there. Right? So essentially, before we do this and add all that, I'm just going to say get objects in area of said area, and the boundaries is going to be what? I think the min. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hey. it's funny because I'm not using the octree. Oh, I am actually right here. Make box with origin. And then we place that in. So I just need to do that. Let's go back. Split struct. No. Recombine struct. Recombine struct. And really all we got to do is make box with origin. Split this struct. And throw it in here. I'm just going to see if there is an object in this area. For the class, we're going to do, I don't know, PP. We're going to check for the preview, which stinks because there's so many. Is this cloud? Yes, it is. Num is if the length's greater than 0, then we ain't doing nothing. Man, we ain't doing nothing. If it's greater than 0, that means something's there already. And we're going to do this. And then we could say it's filled. I guess that doesn't even matter because this is going to be our check, not that. Let's see if that works. Let's go ahead and place these down, and then still doesn't work. So what can a brother do? What can a brother do? There's two. There's two missing because it didn't add these two. It's like it only wants to work when I'm placing things down. It works fine until I'm like, hey, let's place something down. Then it doesn't want to work at all. Once I put it away, it's like, oh, we didn't run it immediately after. And therefore, it's bogus now. I mean, I will say it at least worked to the point where it didn't place them on top of each other. Because if you remember, if we don't add these here, it'll just add them over and over again. So it did work enough to make it so we, didn't add them over and over again. But it also indicates to me that something else is going on here. Because it should have known. Yeah, we're missing one. kind of feeling like just giving up here. It's not placing all of them. 2, -2, -3, -2, -2. It'd be nice if they'd index them. Differently, but whatever. Another engine bug. We definitely know one's missing. Now there'll be 2 missing. Or several. One, 2, 3. I need a freaking mute button for this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ugh. I don't even know if I'm gonna. I don't even know if this is ever gonna get fixed, man. I don't get it. I don't get it. Is tracking. What is going on? Do I actually need 67? One. It's true. It's like, it's true. It has them all there. No, it doesn't. It does not. Just one missing. Let's see if we can find it first. How about that? Let's find it first before we check that. Let's just be super particular. Maybe we gotta find it first. Didn't find. It wasn't found. If it was true, then do this. Let's print a string. Let's say wasn't found. Maybe it's not found. I don't know. It looks like it's found. I mean, it's there. So they're always found. All the sides. And I've been just starting with this one because it's easier to count. Clearly, the less there is. But, you know. That's going to be 41. And we've added Oh, that's gonna be way too much. Occupied. I need to... First of all, we need to teleport. That's a definite must. It's definitely returning true each time for each one. Is it running 60 something times? It is. What, now it doesn't want to work? Do we have another? No? Nani? Do we gotta be playing? Yep, it's just a bug. Again. 60. We got 60. We gonna add 65. We got 60. We added 64. We're gonna put one up here. That's gonna give us one extra space. That's gonna give us 65. And once again, we run into the bug. Like, what did I do to deserve a weird bug like this? Like, seriously though, it's such a weird bug. It is so weird. I'm gonna watch this value because apparently it's gonna stop working now when I try to check. It was like working perfectly fine. Now it's no thanks.
Let me ask you questions.
Why, you're already mad. 64. 65. So it's added up 65, but we're not getting the full 65. So there's something, and the funniest part is if I go like this and I do 65 and I allow this to continue and I just add, we don't run into that issue. It's not until we decide that we're gonna run out of clouds and we put the cloud away. If I go back and we look at all the clouds that we built and all of these around it, we will see that they are fine. We have the amount that we need. It's not until I set this last piece that I destroy myself, or the game destroys itself. What is it about this last selection that destroys the entirety of the system? I don't know. It's like you place that last piece and it's donezo. Maybe it's because I clear it. And now it's missing one right there and one right here. Missing two. If we look at the value, we have 57. And I mean, it makes sense. I guess we're at the end here. So having this one missing, I don't know what that is. Let's try building out this way, because this has way more. We have 71. How many do we have here? I know we're missing one because I can already see it. We got to have like 69. No, 70. We have 71. We have 70 here. We're missing 2. $71. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get rid of this struct because I'm over it. I'm going to delete this struct. I had a bad feeling about it anyways. I was like, oh, this does not feel like the best way to go about this, to be quite frank. And I'm not even using a struct regardless. But I will use a set on this. So I'm actually going to, what do I do to get rid of the fact that this is now a tmap? We're going to make it a set. We're going to change the variable type. Do we still have find? Do we get? So essentially we're just going to, because they don't, the thing that's cool about sets is that they, the value to retrieve later. I have no idea. It's because I'm doing that. Sets will only store, they don't store duplicates. So essentially I could just pass a set in here and array event vex. So essentially I won't have to worry about duplicates getting in, about there being more than one tile set being there. We will have to, we're not going to be doing this anymore because it's like I can't figure out how to make that work. It's got to be something to do with tmaps that I'm doing wrong to find or get a reference to. I don't know. I just know that I'm over it. So we're going to find this grid, and we are going to, using this valid neighbor here, we're going to find it's funny, someone said one thing, say anything else after that. Just wanted to come in and say the Noodle Bro Show to make fun of me and then leave. I really pray for that guy. I think he was sad when he saw that I programmed too. He's like, oh man, he does both. I was really hoping for my insult to stick. But yeah, we don't need to do this anymore. We just need to find the key, make sure that we have something. If we have it, we are going to have to use this octree though to add this. So what we're going to do is we're going to get the grid manager and the octree right here. We're going to get all objects in the area, which I'm not a big fan of, because let's say I want to use different objects. I'm going to have to check 2 times in the same area for this, unless I have like a subclass, which I'm probably going to do now just to make that easier on myself, and then do a wide sweep of each class, or essentially a parent class where 2 classes inherit from it. But yeah, essentially we're going to get all objects, get all objects. What's going on? Get objects in bounds. Get objects in area. We're going to make a box with an origin. We're going to split this, and essentially we just, I mean, realistically, I could do 200. I could get the grid manager and post this here, and then get the tile size, and then just bling, and actually do that for all 3 here. Boink, boink, boink. And then after we've gone ahead and done that, we're going to do this. And then for now, we're going to use the BP build preview cloud or placement cloud. We're going to do preview cloud because I think that's the one we have here. Preview cloud, yeah. I'm going to have 2 previews for, I'm going to have a preview for sides and then for surfaces, because I think that might be better. But regardless, if the length is greater than 0, there's obviously something here, and we don't need to place it there. Even though I don't think it really matters in the context of a set, because the set, meh. We're going to do this anyways. If it's, sorry, I'm going to do less than 0. Or I guess, what am I doing? It's greater than 0. Or I guess we can just say equal to 0. If it's equal to 0, then that means that there's nothing there, and we can put something there. My brain was not braining. Do this, do that, and then every time we just return to object pulling, We get rid of that, but we are probably gonna want to get rid of. Part of me is like, don't even get rid of it. Who cares? But let's just clear this when we put it away, because we don't need to stash all that information. Yes. Yes. Works. It doesn't work, by the way. Sneak peek. Sneak peek. So what happened this time? Valid. So this should work because it's a up. Let's go ahead and watch this value. I want to just see if the value is close to what it is. I mean, we got 60. Why it's not placing anything there? You know what it probably is the extent's too big on these. I need to do something like 50. Yeah. So let's go ahead and just start posting things up and see what happens. It still occurs. Still happens. Still happens. It's great. It's like, what did I do on God's green earth to deserve this? What did I write? Where is my logic wrong? I can't figure it out. Tried everything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're missing 5. 1, 2, 3. I guess, yeah, 4, 5. We're missing 5. I don't know how. I was really excited about that one too. I was like, this one's gotta work. This one's gotta work. It's gotta work. But it doesn't. I mean, at least we're not putting things where there's something at. Right? We're not double stacking these whenever we place them down. So that's solid news. But now we are getting the issue where these aren't being placed down correctly. So we're further behind than we were last time. So it's like, okay, let's just go back and rewrite all the freaking amazing logic we wrote. Like, what is wrong with that last thing? When we put it away, there's something wrong there that's allowing this to do. That I don't get it. It's so frustrating because it feels like I've tried everything. I don't think it actually does it like this. I mean, at least with this one, it works. how it should, but so the T map was better. The only issue is now we're gonna have it so when we go to place things down, they're not always consistent with the placements there. For instance, we're missing 1 and 2. We're missing 2. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it could be. I'm hitting a brick wall and I'm getting frustrated because this should be easy to diagnose. It's like you get excited because you're like, oh, this looks like kind of how I want it to look. And then it's like, oh, but there's got to be something wrong with this. Oh, it worked with the other system, the auto tiling system. I don't know why either. I do not know why either. It's just honestly, part of me wants to just recompile the entire thing just because it's literally that unfathomable. I don't know what I'm doing when I'm putting this away. That's completely destroying everything. You know, it's we've crossed off all the lists. We've thoroughly tested this thing. You know, like if I sit here and I keep adding and I never put away my clouds, right? And I just keep saying, here's more. We don't have any issues whatsoever. None. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. I could post these forever. As long as I don't put them away. Or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe there's a limitation. I think that's the end of the grid, which is why it's not working. But I can ultimately build out forever and be all right and not have to deal with anything. But the minute I do this, look, and we can just confirm this by grabbing all of our preview clouds that we use for placement. I can confirm this. I can be like, oh, hey, look, they're all there. There's none missing whatsoever. The minute I put this one down and I go like this, I'm like, hey, let's add more clouds. I've built some more clouds. I didn't just add them to them. I built some more clouds. I go over here and I click this and I look at all the building placements and bada boom, bada bing, we're missing one. I don't get it, dude. I'm trying everything to figure this out. I've diagnosed everything. I feel like I found the ins and outs of this bug. I'm very acquainted with this bug at this point. I've spent almost 5 hours trying to 5 hours trying to fix this bug, and I cannot for the life of me figure it out. I mean, we've made some progress, which is nice. Like, we're no longer placing down multiple different types of for instance, if I just to showcase it, if I were to, prior to this, we were having an issue where they were essentially just spawning on top of each other. Every time I posted something down, you can see that there, they would just spawn on top of each other. Funny thing though is when I have this, we don't run into that issue. See how I've ran out? I don't run into that issue. It's like, you can either have 100 build preview clouds, which I think might be an issue anyways, but we don't run into that issue at all. Like, at all. So I thought, oh, hey, let's just check before placing them down. We do the check. Doesn't work. Does not work. Why is that? I don't know. I really don't know. What is it that I'm doing that is not giving me the results that I want? We add and update the grid manager. Maybe it's the putting away of the preview meshes. Maybe it's when we cycle through and put them away. We're like, throw them all away. Set the opacity. Do this. Remove them from the arc tree. I mean, let's try it. Yeah. Even then, it's still like, oh, let's build on it. Wait, did I not click that back on? I didn't. I want to do that first. Might want to do that first. Maybe I do a for loop instead of a for each loop. I don't see how that could be the issue, though. 62. 0. $62 keys. That's pretty sick. There is a consistency between these. We have 62, and we have 64 neighbors, or preview actors. Yet we have 61. Why is that? $60. 60. $64. 68. Yeah, it says here we have 63. We have 63. Why would we even have 68? I'm ashamed to do this, but I am so desperate. I'm about to be like 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64. So, checks. We have 64. Checks out. Then we go in here. Somehow we have 68. And I don't see any. When we return these, they should so it's not spawning all of them. This is interesting. We gotta be some 59, 60. 59. Look at this. I think we found the issue. Probably something to do with the preview actors. Oh yeah, I'm not setting them back like a dummy. Oh, very interesting, Raleigh. You found something really good there. I'm so proud of you. I bet you feel super smart. I am still getting more. Even when yeah, 62 references 49. So it looks like there's another issue with how we're handling the preview actors. So the hovered actor is returned to pool, but not removed from here. Which is remove item. which I believe it needs to be removed from there. What's my kid saying? Gwen, what are you saying? Oh, your dress is coming? I don't think that fixed it, but, you know, let's just humor ourselves a little bit here. Let's try this again, so we could do the check thing. Oh my god. It worked! I think it worked. It worked out! 5 hours and 7 minutes. Just for that. I mean, we did fix some things. More than, you know, certain things. But we still have a couple of, like, material bugs that we gotta iterate through and fix. But we fixed it, dudes. Look, we fixed it. Oh my god. Oh boy. Where's Chase Lee? I need him to say there. I need him to say something cool right now. We won't know until we check. We didn't fix it. We didn't fix it. We didn't fix it, Chase. Don't say nothing yet. Chase, you jinxed it, Chase. It's all your fault. Oh, it's all Chase's fault. Everyone blame Chase. I thought it worked, dude. It was working. It was working for a solid good minute. Let's see. Boink. Why did it work just for a bit? This is dumb. I am mad. Now I'm really sad. It worked. It was doing it. And it did the thing. But after a while, it stops. I wonder why. We do this. We do this. And then we do this. Works, yes, it worked, kind of. Where's it mess up? Now we've dialed it down a lot. So it's not on placement anymore. It's on something else. It's on something else. Because we did have that issue. But we're closer. And that was worth the spaz out attitude, in my opinion. So when it happens, it's pretty hard to detect. Right there, right now. But with that being said, it could just be because of the transparency issue. me. Let's do this really. Let's just do this really quick. I'm gonna be super particular here, guys. Hey, baby. Hugs, kiss. Mwah. Mwah. I'm gonna be particular. Because you gotta be. I have to be. The only issue is I'm not setting the opacity here, so I should probably, before I do all this, set the opacity to 0 on the hovered actor. But the opacity is already at 0. So, because it's hovered. I'm going to do this right here because I feel like when we end, when we click, we do this, but when we end it, we're not doing this. So I'm like, oh, maybe that's the issue. Give me my previews. I have to put that in my hand, don't I? I feel like it's going to be a little harder to... Oh, it did it again. I wonder what's going on, because it was working just fine. See? No, it's not working just fine. Brr. Brr. Maybe this does not what me want. Maybe me not want this. Maybe me need to do something else. Big man. Or more like big code little man. Big man figure out big code. Big man little brain hurt. Big man say it work, but when it not work, wait, it not work there. It not work there, right? No, it work. Big man just not see things from correct perspective. Those won't come into play because I can't push past that area. I mean, it's actually working this time, though. There's just a discrepancy at some points where it doesn't work. And that could be because I'm pushing it too far, and that's really what's going on. I have to check at every single finished stack in order for me to fully know if that's the case. So not having them here is okay because we're at the end of the grid. So yeah, I mean, I think the issue I was running into was less of a... Wait. Now we do that. So we cycle out and then do that. Nope. No work. It was working fine and then it stopped. Now all of a sudden all these are duds. And it was doing all of them. No! I'm gonna and add some more inventory to my character here. Character, inventory. You can have 30. No, 50. This is me testing. See if this even... Those have hit the sides. They look good so far. Let's see what happens. I've gone through 50 of them. I've gone through 50 of them. And it works. How does it even happen? It's probably them not spawning quick enough, but eventually it just stopped working, and I don't know what it is. Oh. Erp. It was me putting them away. It's me putting it away. If I want to put these back into the pool regardless. But maybe it's the last hovered actor that's acting up. There's no previous actor here, so I'm setting 2 of them. So maybe I need to do it for 2. Maybe I need to do this one. And then I need to do it for the last hovered. At this point, I'd like to say what this particularly is. I know that in this case, this fixed it. Removing it from this preview here, because when we do that, I thought that like we would throw this back into the place or into, essentially it's just in here. So I felt like we could cover all the cases by doing this, but it doesn't look like that is the case. So now I'm just like covering up all the loose ends to see if that, because now it's a little hard to track it. Before it was like, oh, it's definitely going to happen right now. Now it's like, oh, what is it? Was it the last actor? Because when I put this away, I could be on a previous actor, but I also have a last hovered actor. But they're all a part of the preview actor, so it should be returning the object to pool regardless. But I'm going to go ahead and remove both of them from the preview actors as well as the pool, and then go from there. Because now it is me putting it away, but that's just the shader bug. And that's another issue it could be as well. Alright, let's go ahead and check this right here. Okay, so now it does, I know for a fact it's when we put it away. If I go like this, bump, 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 bump. Or let's say I hover an actor, bump, bump, that's gone. And if I go like this, and I go like this, bump, that's not there. It's gone. Bump. And I move it off. So these don't work. So maybe what I'll do instead of checking this here is we will do this afterwards. Because this could be this could just be like an issue with how we're doing things. So instead of checking this first and doing all that, I'm just going to go ahead and say, let's remove all of these from here, and it'll still be, this hovered actor is still going to be referenced here. We're still going to have reference to it. So we'll say if it's valid, we'll do this. I would like to see, because we do need, like, for the last hovered actor too, we got to see if this is valid as well. Hey, Steve, sending love your way, Raw. Thank you, man. I need it. God bless you, brother. Pray for me, man. I'm getting grumpy because of this. I'm like pushing through it, but it was really hard to figure out certain things. But yeah, in case this isn't the case, we still need to see if the last hovered actor was something. Because in the case that we hover off something, the last hovered actor, I believe, still exists. So we have to set it to null. Okay. That seems to be working now. And we're going to have that issue because we're at the edge. So yeah. And right here. Honestly, when we do that, the funny thing here is that we iterate through each one of these and send it back to the pool, but not once are we removing it. That was some Steve knowledge right there. He sent it to me. Because we're not removing it from the list. We're just sending these back. We're not removing them completely. That could be the big part of it. What? Whoa. That's interesting. I could swear that's a big part of it as well. It's a big part of it as well. Oh. Yeah, and then we're removing the element. We're removing the item from here. I guess what we could do is just clear it at this point when we put it away. Before we do all this, I'm just going to clear this preview actor because we really don't clear it anywhere, which I don't think is a good idea. And that could be like a big problem that we're having. I like to attribute that sudden inspiration to God. So many times I was frustrated like you were earlier, and an idea entered my thoughts about the problem. Yeah, that is true, but I think I needed someone to pray for me, man. Because You know, I've been having to deter a lot of negative thoughts recently, so the way I see it is when I struggle, it's because I'm not completely surrendering myself to God. And sometimes when we're prideful, God will hide ourselves from us, but it is said that God listens to the prayers of a righteous man. So I think it's important for us to pray for each other in times like that. So I feel like I've jankified this as much as I possibly could. So let's go ahead and see if we're still having any issues. And I want to say that we've built out that way. So let's go over here just to make sure. Yeah, we've built out as far as we can in these directions. That was me earlier spamming the heart button and praying for you. Oh man, thank you. Thank you. I needed the prayers. It is literally the thing that's keeping me saved right now, is the prayers. I'm just thinking of all the things that possibly could happen, and I'm not completely surrendering myself to the Father, which is never a good thing. It stinks being a human sometimes, man. You can't help it. It's like it says, the spirit is willing, but the weak is flesh, or the flesh is weak. Weak is the flesh. I think that's why I'm messing that up. But yeah, it looks like we've gone ahead and we've kind of fixed that bug. And this could have all been fixed if I just cleared. I need to debug, have like a debug grid. But it looks like it works. I'm going to count it as working for now. Although it's probably best I test everything. You're letting yourself get distracted and not catching the spiritual attack. That is true. That is true. I actually really appreciate that. So I feel like it has to do with something else that I do to myself a lot. Like I'm always thinking something bad's happening because I've done something wrong and I'm being punished for it, and I need to understand that sometimes it's not due to punishment, but because of the spiritual attack. You run the video and listen to some of what you said. True. You have a good one, Steve. Thank you for chiming in, man. I appreciate the love. I will. I think, yeah, that's about as far as it'll let me go. Let's test that. Let's test it the hard way. Maps. We're gonna go to the farm, and when we get to the farm, we're gonna go to the grid manager. And I mean 10. Let's do 20 and 20. And I think we'll find we can go a lot further now. And it's working. I'm going to call that solved. I'm going to call that bug solved. But more so, we need to, now that we have that, we have this issue where sometimes like stuff that we're posting will pop up somewhere else because we're not completely setting even though this works too. I meant do it later, true. Do it right now. We'll just rewatch it over and over again. A Raleigh B rating stream. I'm trying to figure out how to get this going. I'm just chilling here working on a font. How is the font going? Let's see. It has to do with hovering. If it's hovered while it's I think when we hover, we need to check if it's in the area. If it's false, then we need to go through and we set the transparency to I gotta set the opacity because if we're not in the area, then we need to set the opacity to nothing. Later, letter by letter, 144 glyphs need to be authored. You have a ton of patience, Steve. Set opacity. So we're going to set the opacity to, I think, 0 when we're out of the area. And I also feel like that's the case right here too, because everything right now is at 0 opacity. And we'll see that that kind of goes away. But now we have this. And I think that has to do with what? If it's true, is valid. Because if we are in the area, gosh, man. If we are in the area, and this does not equal this, oh my gosh, Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. So now we're having another thing come back. When it equals essentially nothing. What is it? The last hovered actor becomes visible again. I believe this is where we set it when we're... But that's the thing, is we're not in the area right now. In that bit of code, we're not in the area. And somehow, it seems to work. But look at that. Look at that. Because that is the last... So... that also goes away. It doesn't go away. If we're in the area. So this has to do with our current... We need to have checks on these things, man. But I want them to be like punctual. How many of the 144 do you have finished? But see, then when I'm not in the area, it stays. The last hovered actor. No, we want to set this to 0. And then we want to say here, if the hovered actor equals null, then we set it to 0, but we're in the same area. This is if we're in the area. If we're not in the area, we want that to be 0, but if we're in the area, this is confusing. The hovered actor becomes the last hovered actor. It's a new font. I'm still iterating on the concept, but if the concept style doesn't need to be changed, then I've got A through F. Huh. Why not Z? You've already done Z? Oh, so you got all of them besides those. It's not bad. But I don't think I'm seeing everything right now. I can feel you chuckling. You're like, yeah, that's because I can feel you chuckling.
Stop jumping around. You know those ears in your socks, they're not. They work.
I mean, it's there because it's doing that, but the issue here is what I'm doing here. If we're not in the area, see, right? Like right now, it's like, oh, he's not in the area. Let's get rid of this. This was an issue I had last time that I kind of gave up on, is fixing this. So if I do this and we're in the area, we now got to worry about being in the area. If we're in the area, right? If we're in the area, we need to do something. So we don't want this here. But the last hovered actor is in the area. See, we do that all right here, though. And then we set the hovered actor. If the hovered actor equals So we check if the hover actor is null. If it's null, then we set the current actor that we're hovering over. I guess we should see if this is null, which I believe we do, don't we? Yeah, I mean, we shouldn't even be doing anything if we don't have anything. We check if this is null. We get the actor of class or the grid manager every single time. I get this at the beginning. So I don't even need to do this. I don't even need to do this. This is way too much. See if this octree is valid. And if it is, then we do this. And then we check if there is an actor there. If it's, we iterate then through each actor that it could be. I need to, yeah, see, we do this right here. We see if this is even valid before we go ahead and try to do something with it. If it's valid, if it's not valid, we do nothing. I think I might have handled this already in the past and been like, why do I have to put this here? We're already saying if it's not valid. That's what I'm thinking. Because if this little loop body here, if it's not valid, we don't have anything. So realistically, we should be handling those not having anything cases over here. So in the case that this is not valid, and you know what, I'm going to do some fixing on this because this is outrageous. This is outrageous. There we go. That's a little bit better. I should throw this in a function because all these little noodles. Serif fonts are the hardest though. Is it because they're real particular? No. No. This is interesting in the sense that if this is valid, then this hovered actor should not equal to anything. We should be setting this hovered actor. We should say that the hovered actor now equals the last hovered actor. Hovered actor, and the hovered actor is now set to null. That's what should be occurring here, because it's not valid if there's nothing in that area and we have a hovered actor. I mean, I guess we should say is valid here as well. So many ifs. If this, then that. It's gonna drive me insane. If this, then that. Then we set the hovered actor to nothing. If there is no hovered actor, then there doesn't need to be a last hover actor. But maybe in that case, if there is a hovered actor, because there could be a hovered actor here. Oh man, I've tortured myself. There's got to be a way to program this where I'm not so. Where it's not so. If. Probably could have done something cleaner here. But in case if this is not valid and there is a last hover actor, when do we want to get rid of the last hovered actor? Because the last hovered actor is always going to be the last hover actor regardless. Right, so this is the case where this equals null. If we had a hovered actor, it's going to equal this. And then, yeah, we can check here. We don't need this null anymore. Does it equal null? Why would the hovered actor even equal null at this point? Oh, that's like if it's previously equaled null. If it equaled null beforehand, then it should do something now. My brain. I don't think my brain's ever brained this much in a while, besides when I do math. I'm overcomplicating it. It's working. Why mess with it? I just need to figure out what's going on over here. If the hovered actor is currently equaling the main actor, because right now we're in the area. We have an issue where we're in the area and we leave it. We got to check the last hovered actor. We got to check the last hovered actor. Maybe this is that part in particular where, because there's nothing getting through here unless we're on something. For instance, let's just print this string to get a better understanding of what we're trying to accomplish here. And we don't get anything. That's interesting. So it's always valid. There's always an actor there. That's no way, Jose. There's no way, Jose. So if the current actor does not, I should say, not equal the current actor, I guess I was wrong. If it does not equal the current actor, then we're going to do all this stuff right here. We're going to set the last actor to hovered. But this is for when we're in the area. Right now, we don't have anything selected. So why is it saying it's valid? We don't have anything selected. We have no numbers. False. I guess we need to check if the this becomes the last, but we're not looking. if it's true, we check if the last hovered actor is in the area. B is area or is in area. Get is in area. We check if it is in the area. And if it is in the area, or I guess if it's not in the area, we do this. And we do this. Why does it let me put two inputs here? Maybe it's because they know it shares something. But now we check if it's not in the area. We do this. But if it is in the area, and right now we're not valid, essentially there's nothing that we have. We want to do basically similar things here. But different. Different, Black. Different. We want to do things different. So essentially, we want to set the transparency to 0.5 and then opacity. I guess it's opacity we're really after now. It's not about being transparent. I'm no longer doing this. Oh, you're hovered over this one. Change the color. I'm putting a placement actor on top of it because I like the look of it more. Is all. So really, we just need to worry about the opacity, I think, at this point. So we can get rid of this and then do that, get rid of this, get rid of this, and then do this and this. So essentially, regardless of what we're doing, we're going to be doing this. So if we're in the area, then the opacity is going to be visible. If we're not in the area, then it's going to be set to that. I want to say that's the thing. Wait a minute. Wait a minute here. Raleigh tried to do something he thought would be smart. Raleigh is not going to be doing that. Because if we're not in, if it's not in the area, we're not going to place anything on it. It's either in the area or it isn't. I'll figure out that more. Oh, praise the Lord. I like how now that I found it, it doesn't feel like the song's ridiculing me anymore. It's like, you finally did it. But it's like, I didn't do it. God did it. If it wasn't for God giving me that insight, I'd still be squabbling. So yeah. Sweet. Sweet. So we fixed that. Next. What else is next? Part of me wants to make the top surfaces separable from the bottom surfaces, but still the same. Because I want different preview actors. I guess the preview actors can be the same, but I want different preview actors for something that, for a separate like height. I want there to be something that indicates that to the player. The best way I can think about that. Okay. We're doing it. God did it. Really, that's, I gotta keep saying that because I'm like, so in regards to ClickUp, I want to say we've done the building placement preview. Completed. Multi-height building placement, still not finished. Pulling subsystem interface, that's something I want to do at a later time. But it's one of those things that it should probably get done relatively quickly. But if I do it, I'd have to feel like I'd do that for Judah, because I'd have to do a lot of fixes and changes in this project if I added the interface. But the interface would allow me to make a call to the actor to reset whatever I've set. Like essentially save as default state of the actor, and then when we pull it and make those changes, we send it back and we're able to set it back to its default state. I think it's better and more project friendly. I guess a more versatile plugin if we have that interface, because then it makes it something that's unique to the project. The player can come in with BP and do certain things. But with that being said, place down held actor, we've got all this set up. Praise the Lord. Oh, that was a rough day, guys. That was a rough day. And to be honest, I kind of want to get this stuff implemented as well. I should be doing schoolwork, but I want to get caught up on this so bad. It's ridiculous. I mean, we need to get it done. It needs to get done. I mean, we got this finished. Oh, man. We still haven't fixed it. I need to figure out when it's doing that. Why it does that. It's like when I'm paying when I'm not paying attention, it happens. But when I am paying attention, it don't happen. Point is for these upper things, I think it's for the benefit of the player if we use a different like preview for that. So in the building, we have this build preview. Was it cloud? Build preview placement. I should just have build preview. That's doing all this. But it looks like we've made some shifts here, so let's see, is this an actor? It is still an actor. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just double check build preview cloud. So this is BP build preview placement. We're going to create one. We're gonna, I guess we'll set that to isolated, but we're gonna create two child blueprints, and instead of this being that, we're gonna call this placement preview cloud or preview placement. This one's gonna be for side cloud, or I guess horizontal, and then we'll have one for vertical. And build preview placement. So no, it's not that one. It's this one. Wah. 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 Build preview cloud. Basically the same thing, isn't it? Let's double check this. Right. Cloud. I sworn to just check this. Build preview cloud. So yeah, I did the wrong one. So let's go ahead, delete these. Hopefully I didn't break my game, which I didn't. Oh no! No! Riley, what did you do, Riley? Come on, Riley, what you do, man? What you do right there? You done messed up. So, let's go to my trash can. Wow. Can I uncheck that out of my GitHub? Really? It's like you have to go there to do that. No, it's not true. Yes, it is. I have to probably reset it on this thing. Build preview cloud. Build preview placement cloud. What did I do today? Oh no, I messed up in a big way. Change class pin. It's all falling down. So we don't want that. BP cloud. With that one. But when we go to make the placement, where do we do that at? Where do we get the placement? Placement preview. Is it at the start? No, I could have sworn I looked through all of this already. Event graph. That would be weird if I was doing it every single. If I was doing it every single frame, I'd probably just be disappointed with myself. Right here. So essentially we check to see if we make it, but we don't. Cloud, I guess, build, preview, placement, cloud. And you know what, we'll keep that as a base class too, because at the end of the day we will need it. But yeah, that works pretty good. Now we actually just need to go back in time. Change some things. For instance, making a child. We'll name, actually, gosh. I need to name this one preview. And then this one horizontal. And then make another create child, and then vertical. This one I don't think is held building base. Okay. BP grid manager. BI cloud game instance. I think I can. I need to see where I'm referencing these at, but I'm telling you right now, I don't think that's even in. Build cloud. Ugh. Need to get rid of a lot of assets. VX build cloud. I don't see where oh, construct cloud preview app. Where is this? I should probably do the construction there. Construct the building preview. The grid manager was handling all that. But because we are going to be, I just think it's better to have those to their particulars. Their particulates. Build building base where? Construct building preview. I'll have to handle that later when I'm confused. I'm like, why this happened? So that's working really good. That's working good. Now we just need to change up the style of this. For instance, for the static mesh, let's pick another mesh. we're gonna do Blender. Right now we use isolated. Doesn't really matter. And granted, I could just probably do like a 1 on this. Sorry, 0.5 and 0.1. Oh, nope. 1 on this. I think that'll have them floating in the air though. I don't know. Let's try it really quick. Instead of using the other ones, get rid of that, and then go over here to where the heck did all this other stuff I did though? Where'd all that other stuff I did there though? Okay, so when we build the preview setup. When we build the preview setup, we are going to do the VP underscore build horizontal placement cloud. I don't know actor class yet. Let's do vertical. And see how that looks. I gotta see what it looks like. Yeah, I want these to be lower. You know? Not that low. Anyways, I want them to be lower. So and I want the map for these to be the building one. You just need to go up a little bit higher. -80. It's like fine tuning stuff. That always makes me feel weird. So yeah, we need to figure out how to get the surface. So what we do is when we go to build the cloud out, I mean, we can just get the tops, right? Like I can say, oh, get only these. So, I'm like thinking, man, I should be able to just make a function that does this, but I'm kind of feeling lazy right now, so I just want to be able to, essentially we call this twice. And we say is only surface, and then we do it again. Get buildable neighbors. And funny enough, we would have to, what is it, remove, I know we can append an array, but I don't know if we can, nah, it's probably better to just get have like all like different ones instead of just one. Where am I getting this from? A voxel cloud actor. This should be something else, but whatever. So get buildable neighbors. I'm going to change its name to get all buildable neighbors. Neighbors. Get all buildable neighbors is what I was going to say. And we're going to take away this is only surface. I don't really care about that. We are going to copy and paste this twice. So essentially get all buildable surface neighbors, get all buildable. We have surface. What's the side of us? Because everything's a surface. And when you think of surface, we think of top. But what's the side? Get all buildable. I'm gonna vertical. I don't feel like that. Horizontal. I don't think that works too good, but we're just gonna go for it. Definitions. Before I go and do that, and make my life annoying. We're gonna do that, and then we're gonna save that. Do this. Generate code, definitions, blank. Essentially, we throw this. Yeah. In here, it's funny. Oh yeah, we just look up. Like, what am I doing again? So we just check up in this case. In the other case, we're gonna have to check left, right, forward, and backwards. So let's do. I think this is only going to, but in the case, I guess it's. Only gonna work to our benefit. So we get all buildable neighbors of the surface, the surface. This we get all of them besides down. So this will return literally every single neighbor. But we should probably perform a owning grid check just to make sure that we're all right. And then we essentially just double down. We just say, because this gets all of them, but in this one we can exclude it by saying if I equals down or if I equals up. Continue. So if it equals up or down, we're good all around. But we do need to get this and copy that over here too. So iterate through. If I is up or down, we continue. If it is any one of those, we add it. Excuse me. Bada boom, bada bing. Feel like I'm spending a lot more time on stream. That's almost 8 hours, guys. That's almost 8 hours. We're at 7 hours and 25 minutes. No, I just did it about a beat bear. Why'd I do that to myself? Okay, so now let's go back into here. My brain. So we have it all. Thank you. So we're going to get all horizontal neighbors or vertical neighbors. She can sing. I don't care. She's fine. And that's the other issue now is that we got to differentiate between these.
Knockety knock. Ready whenever you are.
So we complete. This is only going to add the buildable vertical stuff, so I'm going to reroute and do something like this over here. I guess what we could do is just reroute from here, save us some time. Essentially, we would get all horizontal. Although I will say it's like this valid neighbor thing isn't going to work anymore. The first thing that came to mind was...
I'm so sorry for interrupting. I'm gonna go to the store with my mom and Katie.
That's
Do you
fine.
need anything?
No.
Okay. I'll be back.
Love you too. Meh. Because right now we just checked that. I would have to have that struck back and then do everything all over again. Oh, my brain.
Dad, I'm going away.
With your Barbies? Well, Dad's going to be done here soon in a bit. You'll be bored? Why don't you play your Minecraft? Give Dad a minute, he'll come hang out. He doesn't want to... Like, Minecraft, that's boring. She told me the other day that's her favorite game.
If I do want to play Minecraft, I'll be so bored.
You'll be bored. I get it. Maybe Dad can use his Game Pass to get Minecraft and play with you online. Oh wait, you use my Microsoft, so I can't. Anyways, let's finish this. I want to add this, and then that'll be it for the day. Having a difference between... Oh, that's why, because we're only building the top ones. I was like, what's going on? It's broke. Wait, no. Yeah, get all buildable neighbors. Get buildable. If we do this, that'll put them all back. Originally, I was just going to minus them from there, but I don't think that's possible. So we're going to have to... We're going to have to... We're going to have to do something here to differentiate. I mean, we differentiate. We have the... Trying to figure out how I'm going to do this. We have our valid neighbors here. And we just essentially add all these to our valid neighbors. I'd like to have a check for like the side or the definition realistically. But right now we're only returning int structs. So, I mean, on here I could make a struct that passes up or down and then... But the issue here is that we can't have more than 2 keys. We'd have to make a struct or a bool that essentially sets what those are, but they really, I mean, they do matter, I guess, because we would just go through and iterate and then be like, oh, is it up? Then use this. If it's this, then do that. Bugger. 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 Might be time to breathe for a moment. Sometimes keeping doing just mentally drains one so far that thinking gets less and less. So it's about break time. Yeah, I mean, I'm getting there, man. It's almost been 8 hours. At least then I can say I've worked a full-time shift, you know. Honestly, it's not, I should be exiting out when I see that there's like 4 people leaving, but at the same time, like, I can't let, you know, Twitch dictate how long I want to stream for, but you're probably not wrong. I see the way to get there. I just know it's going to take a little bit of more finicking. And I'm also taking into account that I might have to redo some things, which I'm not too fond of doing. Because at the end of the day, I will need to this would have to return an int vector and a def, and then this one would have to be like a bool and a struct. So I'd have to have 2 structures. I'd have to make 2 structures. But I think it's important to differentiate between the 2. In fact, possibly all of them. So I think that's kind of a good addition to this struct. Because we do get our... we get the direction. We could just make it side or up. I think that's all we really need to account for. But if we wanted to have specific stuff for it, that would be good. F, what the heck? I don't need this. At least I don't believe I need that. Now I'm worried about how I make a struct. I'm like, yeah, that's just like that. Generate a body, public. Interesting, we don't gotta do the normal API there. New property. Yeah, maybe it is time for a break, but I really would love to solve that before I get finished, just because it's important, I think, to differentiate between the 2, because if not, it's confusing, you know? So with that being said, I could just get all and then pass what those things are. Voxel, or I guess we'll call this, yeah, voxel grid point struct, and we'll pass in a, I gotta make a uenum. Dir type, I don't know, dir. I'm gonna put vertical. Hey Raleigh, surprised to see the stream still going. How's it going? It's going great. I've made a lot of headway. We fixed that bug. It took like 5 hours to figure out. But we fixed it. We're no longer having that issue where we're losing build points. And it was because I wasn't clearing my preview meshes. So what ended up happening is some of them were being pulled again and were being unreferenceable because they're being referenced twice instead of once. So that was the issue for that. But we fixed that, and now I've also fixed some things with the materials and the previews for those materials. I think there's like one case scenario I'm missing that doesn't appear a lot, but when it does, it's like, oh, there it is. So it's hard to it's hard to regenerate, or I guess there's a word for it. My brain is fried. It's hard to regenerate the bug because it's like a specific case scenario, but it's definitely something I'll fix later. But right now I'm trying to differentiate between vertical, horizontal directions. That way I can feed it in and essentially change the look of how things are in the engine, or I guess how things are presented. Essentially, when I click this play button, the surface, I can change the surface types. I can have this surface type for when we're on the top, and then when we're on the bottom, I can do like a bigger block. That way it's easier for people to differentiate between the two and just have a placeholder there for now. But right now I'm working on an enum, so I can add this into a struct, and we're just going to make it horizontal as default. Horizontal as default. It's going to eater type. Eater. Bum, 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 bum. This is so funny, make me. Yeah. That's because, yeah. Direction type. That's why it's not spelled correctly. Burp. Burp. View property, blueprint, read only. Direction, I don't know. And then we will have a new other property that is the grid position. So essentially what we're going to do is in this, we're going to get rid of these. It's not necessary anymore because we can pass out. We have a T array, which means we're going to have to make this a void function. And instead, what we will be doing is we will be passing out a f voxel grid struct. I believe a reference to that. grid struct. Or I guess voxel def. Did more people join on Twitch today? Yeah, people joined for a bit, but then they left. I was getting kind of upset, so I can see why they would go. I was just like, what did I do on God's green earth that deserves this book? I was getting really... Steve had to come in and pray for me, and then all of a sudden, everything shifted and changed. It was beautiful. One thing here is that this is a void, so we don't really need to return anything anymore, but the voxel depth is going to have to equal, I don't know, what's this, null pointer? Or I guess, yeah, does this return? It does return a T array. It does return a T array of these. T array of these. Yeah, well, it'll come when it comes. There's no point in rushing it. You know, I've told people on YouTube if they want to come over, they can, but they prefer YouTube, and that's their. I appreciate the support no matter what, right? But hopefully we get more people here on Twitch. I would love that, to be quite frank, but I can't force it. I can only tell people like, hey, we're doing a thing. Help with the thing if you can. But if they can't, they can't. If they can't, they can't. So what we do now is, instead of like just disclosing this and being like, we check all the neighbors, and then we pass in, we add, and this is going to need, we need to create a f voxel grid struct. My kid's looking for attention. Quick struct, I don't know. Quick struct equals, what can I swear I used to be able to just do this. I should be setting these to 0 in here. Horizontal, and then equals f vector, or f int vector. How was your time away from the PC, Ria? F int vector. No. Like, come on, AI. You're supposed to be smarter than me. And then, what is it? I don't know why. I'm having such a hard time right now. And I don't feel like creating a default anything, so I'm just going to say quick struct dot direction is equal to, what is it? Oh, man. That is true. If I equals up then we'll have to set this to vertical. If not, then that there is going to equal horizontal. We don't want below, so I am going to have to say if I equals down, we're going to continue. We're going to exclude the down because we don't want to build on it. So if the I equals this, else. No, not else if. We're going to do that. And then from here, we can say quick struct. Not the key. I don't know why it thinks it's a key, and I don't know why it would default to lowercase, but here we'll just do that. Grid position is going to equal the neighbor key. And then we are going to pass in the quick struct. Quick struct. We don't need to return this. Honestly, we should say if, I don't know, valid neighbor dot num is greater than 0, then it's true. Else is false. Return true if we have more than 0 elements. I feel like I'm giving people too much of me. They all just find out I'm boring. This guy's boring. What am I doing here? It's all the other cool streamers are on. I gotta pick up my game. I gotta get like a funny prop or something. My streamer game. Like, you see Raleigh and his new prop. Okay, cool. So now that that's finished, we should be able to get something out of this. Array event vectors. Get all buildable neighbors. This is going to give us a voxel depth or def. We can do it for each of these, for each now. And if it's true, we're going to iterate through each one of these bad boys. But first, we've got to break the voxel grid, because we have to make another struct now. So we need another struct for in here. Neighbor struct. Okay, cool. How dare I make a struct? How dare I? We just want to elongate your streaming time, Raleigh. We just want to elongate it and drive you insane so everyone can see how mad you are. Bah! Bah! Oh, I didn't want to get rid of that. Yes, that was me throwing stuff on my... I have a trash can filled with... recyclables. I'm so close I can smell it with my nose. I'm so close I could smell it with my nose. Alright, let's do a struct. Structure. Hopefully it doesn't. Neighbor struct. Maybe it'll do it again. Nope. Held cloud base. Array of voxel grid structs. True. I gotta do this all over again. For each one of these bad boys. My brain overload. We can break the voxel struct. This will give us the grid position, which will act as this, but I should give it a name that seems like it's correlated to what I need it to be correlated to. We're gonna find this. If that's not true, then we're gonna do that. But this struct, instead now we're going to have the key as that, and then we're gonna have the struct as the type. And the struct is gonna be a, like, I don't know, is viewed. You can judge me if I spelled that wrong. Direction. So let's check out dir type. Dir. And now in here we can do this cool little thing where we tell this valid neighbor that we are now a neighbor struct, and we are no longer what we were. Let's go ahead and find. If we find this using the grid as a key, we check this, and then we say that we're going to add it. And when we go to add it, we have our key here, but we also have now this, and we can pass in our direction to that. Then, just like before, we're going to get the keys here. We're going to pass those into there, and thank God that's still the same, because at the end of the day, we are just, sorry, they're complete. We are just doing that. So let's go ahead and find again. We're just swapping out stuff at this point. Boink, boink, or I guess boink. Then we're gonna drag this out and break. UE is remove this, so enjoy while you can. Yeah, you're telling me about it. But the way I see it is I can always use UE 5.8 for a bit and then switch later on, you know? That's how I feel about it. But yeah, I know. Don't remind me. Maybe I should switch to Unity. What is this? This is the vector. We say it's previewed, but we don't know the direction. We do know the direction from this. So we can always just reroute. By the way, how's it going, Deep Haria? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. I hope you're having a good day. So we have this, we get our direction, but now the big thing here is we want to switch depending on that direction. So we have two directions, and we want to differentiate that to the player. So what we're going to do here is we are going to have an equal. It's quite simple, really. If we find this, then we're going to check for this. If it's true or if it's false, this is going to be the false, or I guess this is going to be the true scenario, right? And sorry, we got to go, and I guess we have to remove this key from here and throw this over here. I'm good. Which game are you developing? I'm making a game about farming in the clouds. I'll show you here in a bit. We're still at the beginning of the development process, but pretty far along. We're just developing the fundamental mechanics of the game. Like right now I'm working on the cloud building, which I'm using ray marching from Voxel plugin, and a custom grid based system that I made myself to feed into that system and essentially place and plot things out. You'll get a visual of what that looks like if you haven't already. We need to clear this though. I think that's what I'm doing here, right? Yeah, that is what I'm doing. Clear. You'll have to forgive me too. I've been streaming now for almost 8 hours. My brain is a little fried. But what we're going to see is that we can, from what I know, what I think I know, is in the building preview setup. Right now we have things set up specifically for vertical buildings, nothing. Oh, that's not working at all. Oh no. Oh no. Valid neighbors. So we throw these all in, don't we? Regardless. Is it successful? Doing all right, making some macaroni for the kids. Macaroni and cheese. Please pass some my way. I've been hungry all day. Is it PC or mobile phone game? It is not a mobile phone game, although I am working on one of those. It is going to be a console/PC game. This one is. It was on the phone. That'd be pretty huge, but I don't think with Ray Marching that'll be an option for me. I don't think that'll be an option at all. So I got to figure out, why is this not working? It should. It should. It really, really should. Let's check this out here. Let's see what's going on. I knew this was going to happen.
I knew it in my bones.
Whoa, this isn't even... This isn't even doing the thing. That's interesting. Hold up. Save. Probably have to do something like that. I don't know. No cross-platform, I hope. You think about cross-platform. It's a single-player game. It's not going to be multiplayer. I don't think it... I don't want to focus on doing multiplayer. I have some like multiplayer experience, and to be quite frank, I don't want to jump into that right now. It takes a lot of work to make a multiplayer game. At least for me. There's some geniuses out there that can just throw it together, but I'm not one of them. This is quite interesting. So what that's telling me is this is not even getting to this point. So let's see if it gets to this point. Because it could be working, it's just not getting there. And as I thought, it's not getting there. Whoa. It doesn't find anything. It's just like, boop. We get the keys. Oh, we don't have any keys. What's going on here? Find, we find. So let's go ahead and check up over here. So there's a problem with my code. Yeah, it should be. I want it to be available for all platforms. We're going to start off on Steam first, though. So Steam, and if people like it enough, obviously I think the other consoles would reach out to us.
Don't know how I feel about PlayStation though right now.
Let's go ahead and, I guess, go through this. Big Bad. You were almost done. Had to punish yourself. I had to punish myself. So we have an owning grid. We have our Vela neighbors being built. We check. If it's down, it's not down. So we're going to look for these things. It is occupied. Okay, that's good though. Horizontal. We get this. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Right there. Quick struck. So, I mean, we get our horizontal, we get this grid. And it looks like, to me, that's working. Ah. I see what's going on. I see what's going on, brother. Okay, we get it. I'm in debug mode still. I gotta wait for all of them to be finished. I see what's going on. I see what I did not do. Woo. We gotta set the voxel def equal to the valid neighbors here, down at the bottom. Valid neighbors. I am starting to really not like how it does that. Let's patch this really quick, and that should fix it. PS5 sucks. GTA 6, 30 FPS horse. First of all, I appreciate you being here, but let's try to keep it cordial for the children who could be in chat. This is a Christian stream, so we try our best not to curse, but I get what you're saying completely. I'm a little upset at them right now just because they're trying to get rid of physical copies, and in my opinion, that's a horrible thing to do to not only the fans of the video games, but to the fans of the console, right? That would be taking away so many jobs from people, and I just think it's kind of weird that they would want to do that. Anyways, we are now getting things. So hopefully, yep. And as I foresaw, we would only get surface. But now that we can differentiate between the two, what we can do is, I guess, move this up. And we can now create another. So right now we're using the BP underscore preview, build preview for horizontal, or I guess vertical, but let's do horizontal, right? That is horizontal. Let's add this here, that there, boink, 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 and then can I replace these, or will it get rid of it completely? It will. What about this? It will. So we need to have a whole separate case scenario down here for ourselves where we essentially do everything we've done over here, I believe. That's how lazy I'm feeling right now. I don't want to do none of that. I don't want to do none of it. I don't think I need to do it with these. Just with these. This guy. Drag him down. Boink. Let's see here. True, true. If it's true, we do that. Do we need to do that for this as well? Or can we jump up here, throw these in? Because those are completely separated. We would have to probably have another one of these, though. Yeah, as I suspected. We will have to no. No. No, 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 no. But it's fine, because at the end of the day, we can just attach, and then over here, we can just do this. And essentially, we get the same results. We might have some other bugs. I don't think we will, but we'll see. So now, yeah, we're not even seeing those over there. Let's go ahead and break this point here. Just click play, start game, do a little bit of this. I want to check out the keys here. So we are getting horizontals and verticals. That's a thing. If it doesn't equal, we build this out. Ah, that's where we're messing up. Boink. Sorry. Sorry, didn't mean to do that one right there. Not my fault. But yeah, now we have a difference, or a difference between like an upper level placement and a lower level placement, which honestly, in my opinion, makes it a whole lot easier to figure out as a player what is which, or what is which what. And now later on in the future, someone else. I thought. Okay, so that was just me walking away. So now in the future, someone or I can come in and set these values to something specifically. But yeah, this is the game so far. There is some other building aspects to it, right? But right at the moment, I can't place anything yet. I still have to work through that logic. I'm currently working on building the clouds. And one part of that is going to be working on the horizontal aspect of that as well. So we'll see how that goes. So we still are getting that issue here and there, but it's not as bad. So works pretty good. That's a GitHub push right there. So voxel cloud building horizontal. Player can now build out the cloud horizontally. There, horizontally, there is a preview to differentiate between the surface, or between building on the surface of the cloud or side of the cloud. Next update is going to be horizontal placement. So tomorrow we are going to work on horizontal placement of these clouds. Add in next update. Oh, you can call it there for the stream. We've been streaming now for 8 hours and 10 minutes, which is a very long time. I didn't expect to stream that long, but you know what? I really needed to get this.
I know you're on a diet, but I think these are the sprinkles you like.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I had to get them. I know you're on a diet, but
I want one right now.
Free. I know, that's why I ran it up here.
Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna have one. I'm getting off a stream. Anyways, guys, I'm bouncing for the day. I'm gonna have a fat boy, because I'm a fat boy.
No, you're not. Don't say that. I hope those are the right sprinkles.
Yeah, it is snack time. I've been looking for it's these sprinkles, man. I used to get, when I was a kid, I loved the rainbow sprinkle like cone dips at Dairy Queen. They don't make them anymore. They're like this powdery, gross thing, and these are the hard, nice ones. So with that being said, though, I am gonna get off. I'm gonna enjoy this snack. I just want to have a quick prayer before we head out of here, and Dear Heavenly Father, thank you so much for allowing me here to stream, giving me another day of life. And I just want to pray for the community, that the community is able to walk in peace, able to walk in your peace, Heavenly Father, that we're able to encourage one another, to inspire one another, to assist one another in ways that maybe we don't even comprehend yet, Heavenly Father. And I pray that you stay strong with this community, that you safeguard us from any spiritual attacks and uplift us when we need the uplifting. But for now, Heavenly Father, I just want to thank you for the blessings that you've given me in this community, and I pray that those only expand as we get closer to you in our walk of faith. Other than that, thank you for everyone who came in here, and I pray that I was able to maybe help someone in their walk with you, Heavenly Father, today. But yeah, in the mighty name and blood of your Son, Christ of Nazareth, amen. All right, guys, I'm bouncing for the day. I'll catch you tomorrow. But with that being said, y'all have a blessed day, and I will see you tomorrow.